All right, good morning. All right. Gonna play some A Link Between Worlds. Good morning. Good morning. All right, welcome to the show, y'all. We're gonna play some Zelda today. All right. Everything looks like it's good here. All right. Looks like we're getting a new feature for the tier 2, tier 3 subs. Y'all are gonna be able to use GIFs in the chat from Giphy. But they're slow rolling it out. I don't know how I feel about it. It's gonna be weird. Now, channels can choose to turn it on. So it's not going to be in every channel. It's a slow rollout. But I can't find the settings, so I don't know if I have access to it yet. My GIF game is too strong. Yeah, apparently it's going to be directly from Giphy, so it's going to be just like Discord. Yeah, it's going to be just like it is Discord. Only for tier 2 and tier 3 subs, though. Which is, like, cool. It's cool that they're offering that to tier... Because I do think tier 2s and tier 3 should have more power. I only have one negative thought about it, and I think otherwise it's great. I only have one negative thought about it. Is that I'm like... I don't know. I guess it doesn't matter. I'm not even going to share the thought because like it's only tier 2s and tier 3s. I think this is a good idea. I think they're about to be as big as Gigantify emotes. That's what it looks like in the data that they put out. It looks like it's going to be as big as a Gigantify emote. So I don't think it'll be too obnoxious. I think it's going to be cool. I think it's going to be pretty cool. It looks like it's going to be about as big as a Gigantify. So like, I don't know. I think it could be cool. If they handle this well, I think it'll be good.
Morning, folks.
Yo, what up, J-Pop? First sub of the day. Thank you for 25, man. A little bit of a low energy day today. We're gonna be taking it easy here. Thank you, J-Pop. Good morning, Big Doggo and Malachi. Best handheld only Zelda. Yeah. I love the Oracle games, but it's hard to say that the Oracle games are better than this. I guess the only real contender is Minish Cap. That's it, right? That's the real contender. The only game that could be better than this would be Minish Cap, maybe. And I don't know. I think this game's better than Minish Cap, but I also think Minish Cap is better for certain reasons. So it's like, I'm torn. I think Minish Cap was like a bigger game. It was a more massive experience. This game felt a little smaller than Minish Cap, weirdly enough. Yeah, that's interesting. Yo, thank you for the work. Good morning, everybody. A little bit of low energy today. We're just gonna dive right in. I'm pretty tired too. I don't got the high energy today. We're just gonna take it easy. I don't even got middle energy today. I'm gonna be real. Usually middle's enough. I don't have oh, Discord uses Clippy. I didn't know that. Interesting. So obviously what that means is that we got to go and get all of the custom GIFs that have been made by Raina B and other participants of the community, all uploaded to Giphy, if they're not already. We got to go get all of the super cool GIFs that have been made for the community, like the Wide Wednesday and all that fun stuff. We got to get all that stuff uploaded to Giphy once we get that system over here. Yo, what up, Shenanigans? I appreciate you. Thank you for the kind words, homie. Taking my oldest to his first concert. That's cute, dude. Who'd you go see if you feel like sharing? Feeling okay? Yeah, I just got a nasty headache, man. It's like one of those headaches that just make you want to crawl in bed. Dude, Tame Impala is so good. Their first concert was Tame Impala. Dude, Tame Impala is so good. I've never seen them live. What? That's cool. I don't know who DJO is, but that's cool, man. That's mega cool, dude. First time seeing this game? Yeah, I saw that. This game's good. You can emulate it. I could send you the info if you'd like to emulate it. What up, Sweet Asparagus? Good to see you. DJO is fronted by Steve Harrington. Oh, wow. Steve Harrington can sing? Or does he just like play guitar, lead guitar? I could see that. He looks like a rocker. He looks like a dude who could sing, weirdly enough. I like Steve. Steve is cool. He's actually one of my favorite characters from that show. I actually didn't like him at first because I don't think you're supposed to, but he quickly became probably like my favorite character. Weirdly enough, I think my favorite character from that show is probably Steve. Probably Steve. I think he's probably the best character in Stranger Things. I think he has the best arc. I think he has the best character arc, and I think it only slips up a little bit. I think so. I think he might be my favorite. I guess another way to think about it would be like my favorite character that stays alive till the end. Spoilers. Even though they try to play you at one point. Because like I do have a couple other characters that I like more, but they don't stick around. So it's like hard to, you know, but obviously if you like Stranger Things and you don't like Eddie, screw you. Like, who are you? Why are you even watching? You know, like, I'm sorry, I just gotta, like, he was obviously the coolest character in the show, at least for like a season. What's up, Rosie Poo? I think Steve was supposed to, yeah, that's interesting, Kitty Bobblehead. I could see that. I could see Steve going down right early on and not being in the show. I'm super happy that's not how the things went, but maybe they kept him on because he was a popular character. I don't think I'm the only one that likes Steve. I think he probably was a popular character. I don't know. I wasn't hip to Stranger Things in the first 2 seasons. I didn't start watching till season 3, so, and then I went and watched season 1 and 2, so. Oh, happy birthday, Rosie Poo. We got a birthday in the chat. Birthday love in the chat. Yo, what up, G-Ski? Good to see you today. Good morning. Christine, good morning. Hope you celebrate yourself, homie. Yeah, I was dragging so much butt. And then as I was going live, I didn't know what I wanted to do today. So I spent like 20 minutes setting up this emulator. Good thing this emulator was already on my computer. Like, I already had all this stuff on the computer, so I just had to get a copy of the game situated, and then I just had to set it up. So the only problem with this is emulation sucks, and you might not realize there's a problem with the emulator and settings need to be tweaked until you're deep in the game. And that's the reason I don't like emulation. I am not an emulation guy when it comes to stream, because now I have to play this game blind. Because, like, how else would you handle that? What are you going to do? Play the game in your free time? Make sure it's good before you play it on stream. So I'll be real. It is a very rare scenario that I play something emulated on this stream, except for Animal Crossing GameCube. I'm not a big emulator guy. I don't like the concept of like potential crashes and FPS drops and but we're here today. This is my only option to play this. Unfortunately, my 3DS capture card died. Tragically, my 3DS capture card died. And I have yet to be able to recover it. So here we are. 3DS emulator. Hopefully they bring A Link Between Worlds to the Switch in the future. I think this is the only game that I need to emulate for the Zelda marathon. So this is it. And then there's something else I wanted to emulate soon. What was it? There was something I was thinking about playing and I realized I had to emulate it recently. I don't know. So, like, was there a recent loss for the Pokemon voice actors, or is this just something you are realizing at this point in time? I think I remember the voice of Meowth passing, like, within the past couple years or something. If I remember correctly. Definitely tragic. You might be buying a Switch too. Nice. Yeah, pick it up before it goes up in price in September if you can. I mean, it's only $50, but hey, $50 is $50. What's up, Sophie Luhu? Apologies, I didn't get a chance to play Moonlight Peaks, by the way. Things didn't work out the way that I intended. We might still go revisit that game, though, in the future. But welcome in here, Sophie. I just wanted you to hear that since I know you were excited. I usually try to follow through when I say I'll do something. Yeah, it just didn't work out, and I just skipped it for now. Oh, Jesse and Misty were the same. That's cute. I didn't know that. That's crazy because Misty had such a different voice than Jesse. That just goes you to show you the talent. because they had such different voices. Yeah, I think we'll try to rotate Moonlight Peaks if we can. The plan was just to play it for a day anyways, to give it a showcase. And it's still soon enough to do that. Maybe as soon as next week, you know, strike while the iron's hot logic. That was the plan. I wasn't planning a full playthrough. I was just going to do like a nice 8-hour episode and really show you all like the first 6 to 8 hours, right? I have too many games right now to do a full playthrough of it. So I think I could still do that. Maybe in the next week, we'll try to make that happen for y'all. But I'd rather get back to Stardew and Story of Seasons Grand Bazaar. Those are the games right now that I really want to get moving. I almost did one of those this morning, but I didn't have time to set up. I wasn't comfortable doing Stardew without updating all the mods and stuff because they're probably all out of date. So we'll fix that and we'll work that out. And I think we're actually going to be showcasing Grand Bazaar tonight. I'm not 100% about this, but I think I've decided that we're going to rotate Grand Bazaar to the PM stream until we get married. So I think you guys might be getting some Grand Bazaar, some cozy Grand Bazaar PM stuff going on. I haven't done that in a while, and I think it's going to be fun. With the last time we did a Story of Seasons and the PM was like poot. So I think we're going to go ahead and just rotate Story of Seasons Grand Bazaar to the PM. And then we're just going to play that for like, I think we have maybe 5 or 6 more episodes until we get married in game. And then once we get married in game, we're going to put that game to rest. Focus on Stardew until Fields of Mystria. That's the plan for Farming Sims, all right? Is we need to try to knock out Stardew before Fields of Mystria if we can. Because I really want to play Fields 1.0, but I don't want to do it if we're not done with Stardew. I don't know. So yeah, I think that's the plan for Farming Sim stuff. Because Fields of Mystria is right around the corner, man. And I would like to maybe check out that game for 1.0. Like, part of me is like, we could skip it because we just played Fields of Mystria like last year. But then the other part of me is, it feels like this is exciting, right? Anybody else? I think Fields of Mystria is an exciting game. Yeah, we're doing a night stream tonight. Yeah, I'll be here tonight. We're gonna take it easy this morning, and I'll come back around 5 p.m. tonight, probably. We'll do some Grand Bazaar. What's up, Officer Dibble? Good to see you today. Yeah, man. We've been playing Fields of Mystria since its early access release, and I feel like we should show up for Mystria. I think it's a beautiful game, and I've been supporting it since its conception. I've said it out loud. I think Fields of Mystria is the closest thing we'll ever get to Stardew that isn't Stardew. I think Coral Island is the next in that list, and that's it. There's nothing else that's ever given me the Stardew itch, the scratch for the itch, except for Fields, and then Coral Island's pretty close as well. Those 3 games give me a similar feeling, and I would like to check out Fields. I think Fields is worth the hype and worth the 1.0 celebration. It just upsets me a little bit, and you guys know how I feel about early access because I just played the game last year. And it's like, maybe I should have not done that because I'm not as excited as I could have been. If I didn't play last year, I think I would be so excited for Mystria. But now I'm just kind of like, all right, whatever, let's go play again. And it's like not as exciting to me because I just played the game. Early access is just always so obnoxious, dude. But again, that's my bad. I'm the one who went back and played it again because I didn't know when they were going to release 1.0. So I was just like, whatever, let's just go play. Yeah, we have talked about Pal World 1.0. Yeah, we might do some Pal World. I'm going to reinstall it for my free time. And one of the community members even has a little server that they might be hosting for us to play on. And maybe others are invited. I'm not sure, but I'll let you know if you're interested, Foxy, and anybody else. If there's room on the server for others, maybe we can get a little something going. It sounds fun, right? And then I'm not sure about stream, Foxy Petite, but I could see myself squeezing it onto the stream for like an episode or 2, just like we did in the past, because we've played like a little bit of Pal World on the show. But yeah, I think I'm going to reinstall it for free time purposes for now. See what's going on with Sister Honey's server, and then we'll go from there. yeah, we'll see what's going on with her server. We'll go from there. So Community Pal World, dude. Yeah, we had a little bit of a Community Pal World server going right when it came out, if y'all remember, but it wasn't cross compatible. So everyone playing on Game Pass couldn't play with us on PC. And it sucked. Well, they fixed that now. They fixed that problem. Now the game is playable on any platform on servers. So it's like all of a sudden now, like we really could like get on into some Pal World, dude. Like we could really get in if we wanted. And I think it's still on Game Pass. So you still have that option if you're already subscribed, right? I think it's still on Game Pass. So this might be a good opportunity for us to maybe jump in and check out some Pal World together. It could be cool. How have I never heard of the game? So are you talking about Pal World? Pal World is a monster capture creature collection style game with a real gritty like flavor to it. And it has guns and you you don't just use Pokemon to fight the other Pokemon. You shoot them and you slash them with swords. So it's like Pokemon if like you were also fighting the Pokemon. Like imagine Dragonite comes in and you pull out a freaking machine gun and you're like, like get out of here, Dragonite. Like it's real. It's like that episode of Tentacruel from season 1. Basically, they took the episode of Tentacruel from season 1 Pokemon and they turned it into a game. And it's just Tentacruel's the boss and everyone's got guns and there's tanks and when Pokemon Peace Talks failed. Yeah. That it's super goofy. Either way, it's on Game Pass and it's like $30 if you want to check it out. I will tell you all this. I've always thought that Pal World conceptually was a great game. You know, good, teetering on great, maybe even great, teetering on fantastic. It's a great experience. Now, when it first released, it was buggy, it had some issues, and I think a lot of that's been resolved, so it's probably way better than it was. So if I was able to call the game pretty good when it was buggy and a mess and kind of hard to play, imagine how good it could be now. 1.0 release, right? Like, there's even PvP. You can go and play other players. You could fight other players, I'm pretty sure. And everything. Like it actually could be a really good experience. So I'm not sure what to expect from it, but yeah, but I will say it was somewhat worth the $30, even when it was buggy. Even when the game was like a buggy mess, like on release, Pal World was worth the $30. Like I had fun. I played it for like, I think 30 to 50 hours. I got my money's worth and then I moved on. You know, because I was having bug issues that just started making the game kind of unplayable. I kept logging in like under the earth, and it was just weird. But you know, so I just want to throw that little mini review out there. Like, if you are interested in Pal World, I will tell you that even on its release, I found it to be worth the money. So it's got to be better now, I imagine. Yo, what up, Druck? Good to see you. All right, let's go ahead and dive in. Let's play some Zelda. We'll keep yapping. I'm a little low energy, so I like to just dive straight into games on these types of days. Let's go. All right. I don't know how this game's gonna perform. It shouldn't be too bad. But if we have like a lot of issues, we'll pause it and we'll try to fix it. But otherwise, we're just gonna go with the flow today. All right, let's sneak a quick beard check in before we get started. You know, the tradition. And welcome for those, if this might be your first time, we used to have an old segment called the Hyrule Hustle. And the Hyrule Hustle was every Friday we would show up and we would play some Zelda. Eventually it even turned into every okay, that's not gonna work. Eventually it even turned into something that we were doing every Friday and Saturday, right? This was like, we're talking like 2019, like my stream schedule. And every Friday and Saturday, we would hustle through Hyrule. And this was my schedule for years. My schedule was Animal Crossing every Monday, Tuesday, and then, or Tuesday, Wednesday. And then it was like, so Animal Crossing Monday, Tuesday, Stardew Valley Thursday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then Zelda Friday, Saturday, and I was off Sunday. The golden era, the 2019, how I built my channel. That's when I grew to partner, was the 222. 2 days of AC in a row, 2 days of Stardew in a row, and then 2 days of Hyrule Hustle. And things have evolved since then, but we are bringing back some Hyrule Hustle here today. I thought y'all would enjoy that. All right, let's see here. I don't know how much I'm gonna need to use the bottom screen. I hope I don't have to use it a lot. I hope I don't have to use the bottom screen a ton because it's way over on the other side of my monitor. And I have to use my mouse. Welcome to the Hyrule Hustle, baby. Let's go. All right, Link. We're not even gonna rename it. No, we gotta rename it. What? If you use Street Pass, the name you type will be sent to other users. What? Okay, hold on. Is this gonna work? I don't know if Street Pass works on Citra, unfortunately. Nice. L underscore. Can I just do a space? Hold on. L space Inc. All right. We're in. L space Inc. is in. Let's go. The ancient magic of Street Pass. Dude, I miss Street Pass so much. Yeah, this game had Street Pass and it was amazing. You want me to, let me explain. Ooh, let me turn it down. Let me explain to you what Street Pass was like after this cutscene. It was amazing. Give me just a second though, and we'll talk. Hey, Link. Huh? Still sleeping? Ugh, it's already a little dodgy. Hopefully it calms down. Might have to tweak some settings already. All that matters is gameplay. We'll see. Come on, how long are you going to sleep, Link? Do I have to wake you up every morning? I have chores to do. I'll be waiting outside, so get up and let's get going. So fun fact, this is like basically how A Link to the Past starts, but it's like a different energy. It's fun. It's like not the same, but it is. Papa was really angry. He said that you can't be a blacksmith if you don't get up at the crack of dawn. Oh. Trying to be a blacksmith. All right, so to address some of the questions in the chat. So first off, is this a remake of A Link to the Past? No, this is a sequel to A Link to the Past. In fact, it's kind of a direct sequel to A Link to the Past, but direct as in like there's no games in between, but it is like a huge chunk of time go in the future. So it's a time traveled into the future sequel of A Link to the Past. Secondly, so Street Pass for this game was amazing. So listen to this. If you Street Pass this game, a shadow version of your character would appear in another person's game. And as they're running around the world, they would run into the shadow version of your character. And then you would have an AI controlled battle with another player. So for example, let's say that Ham Labs and I Street Passed. Ham Lab's version of his character with his like stat progression, the amount of hearts he's collected through the game, his weapons, all that stuff was like taken into consideration. You could choose like what weapons you wanted your character to represent you. I would run into his shadow. And then an AI version of Ham Labs, it would say Ham Labs' his name and everything, but it was AI controlled because he wasn't there, would fight me in an arena. And if I won, I would get rewards. So as you street pass this game, all of these shadow links would appear all around your game file. And you could optionally, you could opt in to fight them for like rewards and like to interact with other players. It was the sickest thing ever. It's those types of features that are so tragic when the internet goes off. Now, in theory, couldn't you still street pass this game in local? Like, right? Like locally? Like if I were to go and hang out with somebody, couldn't we locally street pass still? So it's still like a thing that could happen, right? So, but it was so rad, dude. Yeah, it was so rad. All right. Yeah, gameplay seems smooth. If we have a bunch of hiccups and FPS drops, we're going to have to stop to adjust stuff. But it seems like it might be only cutscenes, which I guess I'll deal with that. Again, it is emulated, unfortunately. So we have a map over here, and we have a gear. So here's our menu, and then I can even swap this since you guys can't fully see it. If you care enough, I can do like a... let's see here. Hotkeys. Let me just like swap screens. F9. Got it. No. So if I press F9, now you guys can actually see what my bottom screen looks like. So it's just a map, but it's a very useful map that I can put pins. So compared to original Link to the Past, it's pretty freaking nice. Then you have your items menu, your rupees, and you have your gear. All right, so just so you guys kind of see what I'm seeing, you don't have to use this screen for more than just swapping gear and stuff, which is really nice, again, for emulation. So the thing you need to know about this game is this was actually technically one of the first, like, ooh, Majora's Mask, you see that? Look. So this was technically one of the first, like, open world Zelda games, but that's such a lie because, like, original Zelda 1 was open world, right? Zelda 2, Link to the Past was kind of open world. But so let me explain. What this game did was different than any other Zelda, except for like Zelda 1, kind of. They took the linear progression out. So I'm not gonna spoil it for those that are seeing the game for the first time. But this game was technically in the same energy of Breath of the Wild. You could do this game technically like in any order, and it all comes down to like you rent the key items. So instead of going and finding the bow in a dungeon and using the bow to solve puzzles, you rent the bow, and you eventually can buy it, but you can rent any weapon you want, and you can choose the direction you go. And it just stick around if you've never seen this game. It's really cool. And I believe that this game is like is a really good foundation for like the future of like open world Zelda. The idea of giving the player choice, but then still kind of keeping dungeons intact and stuff. That's what this game's a good representation of like some of the energy that I want from the Zelda universe. Papa is steaming mad that you're late. Come on, let's go to his shop. Yeah, the cutscenes are laggy, unfortunately. Oh, almost forgot. Don't forget to check in here. What do you mean, where? With the weather vane here. Always give that a spin when you pass by. It'll let you save. Papa says you should always do that. Not real sure what saving is. I'm just a kid. Nobody tells me anything. Anyways, I'm going to run ahead. Catch up after you spin that vane, Link. Sorry, you've got to spin the vane. Yeah, I'm trying, dude. Shut up. So Citra Emulator has a bunch of online features. I wouldn't be surprised if you can just street pass over the internet with somebody and fake a local connection. Because like Citra Emulator has an online servers. Like Citra Emulator has online servers and everything. Like you can play online, just only with other Citra emulators. So like, to be fair, I wouldn't be surprised if you can street pass on the emulator. I just haven't looked into it. And it probably just only with other Citra emulators. Because you can easily fake local connections with other emulators. I do it all the time. Any Hamachi fans, you know? You'd better head inside. My papa's waiting, Link. I'm trying, dude. All right, so tell me, how's that shield suit you, Captain? Superb as always, but I'd expect nothing less from a master. I do what I can, Captain. Also, helps that I have a good source of ore. That shield's tougher than ever now. I wouldn't trust... Oh, wait. I wouldn't trust my gear with anyone else. No one can bring the best out of a sword quite like you. So, if you'll excuse me, it's time that I forge ahead. Busy day. Oh, who's this? Well, if it isn't Link. Slept late again? You sure are... you sure you're cut out to be a blacksmith? It's not my business to say, but you'd better mend your ways, lad. There's no future in being a layabout. Late again? Well, come on, get over here. Time to get to work. Oh my. The captain left without taking his new sword. What? He's gone off unarmed. Lucky you. Instead of getting an earful, you've got an errand, Link. Take that sword and hurry after the captain. You got the captain's sword. Now deliver it. Hurry, run after the captain. What? What now? You don't know where to go? Where else? He's got to be headed back to Hyrule Castle. You still groggy? Fine. Look, I marked your map, so get a move on. Thanks. Did you put a space between L and I on purpose? I did. It's an old meme on the channel. How you doing today, Highland? Doing all right. Got a little headache, but we're hanging in there. My 3DS needs to be charged. That's surprising. My 3DS never needs to be charged. I left my 3DS in sleep mode in the middle of playing Pokemon Gold for like 3 months, and I came back and it was still on. Old technology is so much better than new technology. I'm such an old man now. It's crazy. Like, how? Right? Like if I did that with my Switch, it would be dead in like 3 hours. Morning, Link. What brings you here so early? Delivery for the captain? He's not in the castle. I know he was headed to your master's shop. Oh, you bumped into him there? Well, I know he was planning on visiting the sanctuary. He probably got hung up there. I hope he comes back soon. We've had an outbreak of vandalism all over the walls. Paintings everywhere. Anyways, if you need to find him, I'd say head north of the castle. That's where the sanctuary is. That away is a shortcut. That away. 3 hours sounds generous. I know. All right, give me just a second here. Bum, bum, ba, 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 bum. Let's turn this setting off for a second. All right, let's go. I do have the Pikachu DS, yeah. I also have the Animal Crossing an Animal Crossing. I have the Animal Crossing 3DS, and then I have the Pikachu new 3DS. I think we're going this way. Oh, where'd my map go? Oops. My map got moved. Every time you go into the settings menu, I forgot that it does that. Obnoxious. Okay. We good. We good. We fixed. Mm-mm. Yo, good morning, Kerbu. Oh, look who's here. Welcome to the Sanctuary, Link. Eager as ever, aren't you? Is there something I can help you with? I see. You're looking for the captain. Well, you're at the right place. He's come to see my father. The captain forgot his sword? Oh, how unlike him to be so careless. Just a moment, I'll fetch him for you. Coming and going and coming. The captain stops by here more than anyone. If you think he wants to yak with the priest, no sir, just making excuses to see Ceres there. She hasn't got a clue either, but I suppose that's what's so lovely about Ceres. Carefree as a bird. But old Dampe sees more than people think. Like those paintings on the castle walls this morning. There's trouble brewing. Ah! What's happening in there? The doors are shut tight. Can't get them open. What can we do? That was Ceres crying out. Dampe doesn't have a key. Dampe just digs graves around. Wait, Dampe remembers. Why is he talking in first person? Dampe once heard the priest talking about a secret way into the sanctuary hidden right in my graveyard. Bad luck. Dampe thinks messing around with graves. Worse luck, going under the ground. But you do it. If you get scared, just swing that sword around. I'm scared. Forget that. Get to swinging that sword, but I can't. What? Saving Ceres is way more important than some delivery. You're using that sword, even if Dampe has to tie it to your hand. Edward 40 hands. If I have to. You got the sword, sort of. Anyways, the captain won't mind if you borrow it. Swing it with B. Use that sword if you run into trouble. Dampe would help, but these old bones are falling apart as is, so go find the secret passage. It's gotta be hidden somewhere in the graveyard. Okay, dude. You're absolutely useless. Thanks. Yo, what's up, Renee? Hey, good morning, dude. All right. Get ourselves some loot. Oh. All right, we might have to mess with the video settings a little bit, but we'll get there. Let's just get through our scene here. We need all the cash we can get because this game makes you farm up rupees big time. This game's great use for the 3D. I love the dungeons that let you see layers down. You know, I never really messed with the 3D settings too much, but I believe that it probably was pretty good in this game. Just the way the game is set up, now that you say it out loud. Wow. All right, no more loot. Let's go. Give Link a sword and he'll loot your village clean. Teach Link to sword and same thing. True. I'm looting in the dark. I can't even see and I'm looting. Bennett. You got the lantern. All right. Bum. Oh yeah, I forgot the lantern goes on your hip in this game. It was such a nice evolution of A Link to the Past. It was such a nice evolution of A Link to the Past, and it doesn't require magic to use, which is so nice. Yeah, they made the lantern like a default tool that you don't need to struggle to use throughout the game. It was a good decision. The path will open to the one who lights the way. Well, Rat Boys. So while this game is not a remake, because it's a sequel, what this game does really cleverly is it puts you in a bunch of situations where you go through the areas that you went through in A Link to the Past. Right? So while it isn't a remake, this game ends up feeling like a remake because you go through a lot of the places that you went through in A Link to the Past because you're in the same world. You're in the same version of Hyrule. So like similar to like how Tears of the Kingdom kind of handled it, right? Like you still end up seeing like a lot of the same areas and interacting with a lot of the same stuff, but it's all in a like new refreshing light, and there's a bunch of little hidden Easter eggs all around the game, right? There's a bunch of hidden Easter eggs where they're obviously trying to get you to remember and to think and to catch little references, right, on from the original experience of A Link to the Past. So while this game is technically not a remake, in a lot of ways you could argue that there is some remake energy in this game because they totally were going through the world and like saying like, how could we like revisit this area, add nostalgia, add good like references, but also make it a new experience, right? Bum. What's up, Abby Likes Nachos? Good to see you today. Welcome in. All right, is this the snakes? Nope, I got it first try. It's funny because in A Link to the Past, the right one is the correct one, but they put it on the left here to mess with you. Because they knew you were going to go here and be like, oh, I know the answer here. Nope, got him. Yo, thank you for the work, Lord Juby. All right, cutscene. Hopefully it's not too laggy. Priest. The priest looks very Gerudo. Does she not? What do you want with Ceres? I swear, if you hurt my daughter. And what sort of fiend dares to defile the sanctuary in this manner? A fiend? How easily you stoop to petty insults. My name is Yuga, and I have come here seeking nothing less than perfection. And you, my dear, are perfection. How can you stand being so lovely, surrounded by these filthy fools? That's how I feel when I go to the grocery store. I feel like I'm walking into a cesspool of these humans. No, I'm just kidding. It just, you know what that made me think of is a random video that Moist Critical covered, where he covered a video of some lady on TikTok who records herself going into a grocery store as if she's going into the grocery store for the first time in her life. And she walks around the grocery store like, I cannot stand this. How can I be here right now? This is disgusting. Like it's like this terrible out of touch person who's either doing it for content or who truly has just like never had to leave their house. You know, like DoorDash babies, I guess. It's a funny video though. I will put you on a pedestal, or rather upon a wall, perfect forever. As I suspected, you're even lovelier as a painting. I think that her grace will be most pleased. Oh, what have we here? Another worm comes wriggling in? How did you get into the sanctuary, Link? Run, child! Why do you just stand there? Run! Not even the captain stood a chance against him. I believe this worm here wishes to tangle with me. Come on, then. Wriggle, wiggle, little worm. No, Link! You think you can challenge me? Why, I am the portrait of perfection, while all of you merely scribbles and squiggles. The very sight of you offends my eyes. Still, I'll be leaving this ugly world soon enough. Out of my way! She kicked me. I always love that. I love that they just had her kick Link, like it's brutal. Not even the captain of yours could stand against my might. For all his spit and polish, he made for a crude doodle on the wall, a waste of my magic. Farewell, fools. I'm off to acquire what little perfection I can find in this gaudy world of yours. No, don't take my Ceres. We must warn Princess Zelda. Oh yeah, the introduction of Rabio or whatever. I don't like this character. He's a little too much. He's basically like the next generation Tingle. Oh, you're waking up. Good. I was starting to worry about you, buddy. The name's Ravio. Hey, you, listening to me? What? The rug tastes really good or something? I'm a traveling merchant. I found you in the sanctuary, passed out, alone. Strange, if you ask me. It looked like you needed a pal, so I took the liberty of lugging you here in this vacant house. Seemed like the perfect place for you to shake off the snores. Say what? This is your house? Looked empty-ish to me. Wait, so tell me, what happened to you, buddy? You don't say? Some strange man turned a girl into a painting? So you got done in trying to stop him, huh? That makes you a hero, buddy. A real live genuine hero. But why are you standing around talking to me then? You've got to report this to the castle. Oh, hey, wait a minute. To tell you the truth, I've been looking for a place to stay. It's been hard to find somewhere good. So, this is awkward. Mind if I stay here for a while? Just a couple days, I promise. No way. What? Say it's not so. But aren't we buddies? You'd kick me out into that cruel world out there? Please, don't you know what it's like trying to get some shut-eye with all those creepy crawlies? I know it's your place, but I feel at home here. Pretty please with the cherry on top. Get out. What? What, real? Please let me stay. I know it's your house. So super duper please. If you insist. Really? Thanks a million. Finally, no more sleeping in the wild. Tough world out there, you know? Here, take this. I can't pay rent yet, so it's something at least. You got Ravio's bracelet. Pretty old, but a gift's a gift. I know it looks like a hunk of junk, but it's older than old. A real treasure, that thing. What? What odor? You don't want it because it smells funny? That's the smell of history, buddy. Musty leather, moldy aromas, the rich fragrance of a relic. I'm gonna say that the next time I forget to put deodorant on. That's the smell of history, chat. Okay, fine. I'll admit that it smells like a wet dog, but you gotta know that it's a good smell. Besides, it's a gift, so the least you could do is wear it, buddy. Now, pronto, buddy, to the castle. Hurry. Bye now. See ya, Mr. Hero. Mr. Heroes. Ugh. No, Ravio's not bad. His character arc is interesting. I don't want to spoil too much, but he's I think he's better than Tingle, but I'm not a big fan of Tingle, so I don't know if that says a lot or not. All right, so yeah, I mean, the gameplay's a little dodgy. We might end up having to stop and try to adjust some video settings. I couldn't find any good video settings online, but I didn't really get a chance to look because I set this all up before the show. So let's see if maybe we can quickly do another Google search and find out here. For Dolphin Emulator, there's like full Wikipedias with like the best settings. And I don't know if 3DS has that same level of community. Unfortunately. I mean, I guess I could increase the internal resolution. Frame limit, huh? There's a frame limit option. Let's go check. Configure graphics. Separate windows, depth, texture filter. Yeah, I'm not seeing a frame limit option actually. We're on OpenGL at the moment. Here, let me shut the game down for just a sec. Ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-bum, bum, ba-ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-bum, bum, ba-ba-ba-bum. Boom, 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 boom. Give me just a moment, chat room. Mr. Heroes would be a good sandwich shop name. It actually is a sandwich shop. Yeah, I'm not sure if you were trolling, but it's only in the Midwest. Maybe we switch from OpenGL to Vulkan. See if that runs better. Yeah, let's try Vulkan out instead of OpenGL. I can't do 1080p. I don't think changing the native resolution matters. I think that might make things worse. All right, let's see. Oh yeah, I always have to go in and change this. So primary window. Okay, why is it not showing up as an option? Let's go back up here for just a second. Freaking window capture always sucks. Okay, why doesn't it want to capture that? Why is it being such a bump? All right, let's turn these off. Let's reload the game. Primary window. Secondary window. Okay. Okay, that's unfortunate. So maybe Vulkan is just not playing nice with OBS then, huh? All right, here, let me remove these. Yeah, maybe Vulkan's just not going to play nice with OBS. Maybe that's what I'm dealing with. I think that's what I'm dealing with. Okay, so Vulkan's not a good option. All right, 1 second here. Let's go to just software. Nah, I think OpenGL might be the play. Ah, so it was Vulkan. Okay. Just doing some quick adjustment here. I know I'm a little quiet, but just got a headache today. Just trying to see if I can get this game to run a little bit smoother. Give me just a moment. I'll be back to chat in just a second. Trying to read chat and do this kind of stuff is just a bit much. All right, do I have shader cache activated? Okay, good. Okay. Unfortunately, there's so many different versions of Citra. The best possible solution might be switching to a different version of Citra, which would suck. Because that would require me to go download one. Yeah, man. Makes me feel spoiled. Makes me feel spoiled with the Dolphin emulator community, because the Dolphin emulator community is so fleshed out, and there's so much there's a Wikipedia page for every single game almost, and the proper settings to run the game. It's it would take me a lot longer to find that same data for the 3DS, seemingly. Unfortunately. Okay, that should be good. All right, let's just keep playing, and let's just hope that the stutters aren't too bad. It's unfortunate. And then I'll try to fix this a little bit better in my free time. All right, let's go back in. Thanks for your patience, y'all. It's worth the effort. Yeah, it's just can't really do anything about it while I'm live. Like, I need to sit down and do like 2 hours of research and an hour of research and try to get the game to run a little smoother. Seems like the internal resolution has potentially helped though. So, and the game looks really nice at 1080p internal resolution. Well, it's not 1080p, it's at 16:9. So that's pretty nice. Game definitely got a little glow up there. All right, yeah, feels a lot smoother. The internal resolution might have been enough. Star Ocean 30th anniversary is coming. What's up, Lao boys? Star Ocean's cool. Anybody play the Star Ocean games? I played one Star Ocean that I like really liked. Nice. The internal resolution might have done the trick. But I always like the concept of Star Ocean because it's like Tales of Symphonia. It's that's the problem. It's loading new areas. If I can figure that out. I always like the concept of Star Ocean because it's active battles, just like Tales of Symphonia. Dun, 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 dun. Hey, you've come to play with me, Link? So did all those animals. They always come running when I show up. They run off if anyone else comes along. I wonder why. The more the merrier. That's what I think. All right, where am I going? Going to the castle to warn the princess. Played a bit of Star Ocean on PS2. Yeah, that was like some good golden era stuff. I think this was the spot in A Link to the Past where you could glitch rupees from trees. I don't know if I know that glitch. I feel like I know A Link to the Past pretty well, but I've never been a glitch guy. That's pretty cool. The doors are shut tight. Whoa, hold your horses there. Not just anyone gets in the palace. You say the captain was turned into what now? A painting? And Ceres was too? And Princess Zelda needs to know right away, huh? Wow, look, I get you want to see the princess, but that's a real whopper of a story there. My word, what in Hyrule is all the shouting about? I'm sorry, Lady Impa, but this lad here has a message for Princess Zelda, and it's as far-fetched gets.
Is that so? What is the message?
Indeed,
Sarah's was transformed into a painting. What's that? But that's, well, frankly, it's beyond belief. Then again, strange paintings are popping up all over the castle. There may be something to all this. Yes, I wonder. Quickly, come with me. You've got to tell Princess Zelda what you saw at the sanctuary.
You're taking this boy at his word, Lady Impa? That's that. Head on in. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Oh, frick. Okay. Wait here while I announce you to the princess. Feel free to take a close look at our gallery here. Okay. It's like the history of this world. So the Golden Triforce, painting 1. This gift from the gods, Hyrule's greatest treasure, will grant the wish of any mortal who touches it. The Triforce once stoked greed in the hearts of men. A legendary war was fought to keep it out of evil hands. Painting 2, the Sealed Triforce. To end the war for the Triforce, the royal family decided to hide it in the Sacred Realm. They summoned the 7 sages of legend, who used their power to seal the Triforce away. Wait, that's number 5. Oops. Painting 3, the Demon King. The Demon King Ganon was once just a thief until the man broke into the Sacred Realm. There, he stole the Triforce and transformed himself. Then he took his evil campaign back to Hyrule. The Hero Awakens. A hero of legend arose from the humble beginnings, awoken to his purpose by a princess of Hyrule. Within the Master Sword, the blade of evil's bane, he sought the descendants of the 7 sages. Together, they defeated the Demon King Ganon and sealed him away in darkness. So that was like the whole plot of A Link to the Past. Princess Zelda is ready to see you now. Right this way, please. So that's like the whole plot of A Link to the Past right there. Painting 5, the Triforce split apart. The Triforce was split into 3 pieces, separated forever. One piece remains with the royal family. Another piece has fallen into the hands of Ganon, sealed away with him. The 3rd piece of the Triforce has vanished, though legend says it is hidden in the spirit of a true hero. It slumbers now somewhere in Hyrule, awaiting for a time when the world needs a new hero. The paintings here are spectacular, but they also tell the legendary past and of the 7 sages. Look at the symbols on the floor to tell the order of events. The descendants of the 7 sages live among us today. There's no secret that Lady Impa is one of them. You're telling me that you won't let a boy through that strongly resembles the boy in the tapestry? True. No one caught on to that, I guess. Everyone's snoozing. What's up, Sky? Good to see you. Good morning, Tay Loves Chaos. Welcome to the show, y'all. I bid you the fondest welcome to Hyrule Castle, stranger. I hear you have something too. Wait, it's you. Forgive me, but might I ask your name? I'm L-Space Inc. Ah, while your name is unfamiliar to me, L-Space Inc., I've seen your face in my dreams of late, for I've dreamt of a hero locked in battle with the terrible evil. What? You've had the same dream, L-Space Inc.? Surely fate has sent you here. Please then, tell me what you saw at the sanctuary. Ceres has been transformed into a painting, the captain as well. I sense a terrible darkness behind these events. Oh, Impa, I fear that evil is awakening once more in our fair land.
Fret not, princess. I'd advise that we consult Shahasaralahala for help.
That's his government name.
The elder's knowledge of the past, well, it's more than vast.
Yes, of course. That's just where to start. So, Link, would you please find Shahasaralahala? The elder should be at home in Kakariko Village. Kakariko. I am certain he will be able to help. Now here's just one more thing. I would like to send you off with my most treasured possession, a rather special charm.
Are you sure about this, princess? The royal family has kept that safe for untold generations.
Quite sure, Lady Impa. This has been in my safekeeping since the day I was born. Now I will entrust it to you. Please take good care of this charm. You will need it soon. You got a special charm from Princess Zelda? Please tell Sahasha Rala Hala Hala everything that you saw. No problem. Oh, nice. We can explore. Bam, bam, bam. Did you see the painting here in the hall? They tell of Hyrule's oldest legend, but all that happened so long ago. Sometimes I wish I could go back to the past to see if it's true. Whoa, bro. The princess runs the whole country all by herself. Could you imagine at her age too? That's right. What up, Mads World? Thanks for 69 months. When I was that young, I spent my days doing nothing but chasing cuckoos. Nothing but chasing cuckoos. Well, I'll be. Can we go down there? Yeah, H Des Nice is in the chat. Oh, I know those green clothes. You're the boy who reported the incident in the sanctuary. Unfortunately, I can't let even you pass through here right now. Orders, you know. Let me in. Orders, you know. Orders. Yo, what's up, Mary? Alright, there was a chest back here I want. Loot. Huh? Nothing to report, sir. Oh, it's just you. Don't startle me like that. I'm not slacking, I swear. That guy in the back, he's slacking off for sure. Look at your map. So new and clean. Mine's had so many pins stuck in it over the years. Now it's full of holes. But I'm such a scatterbrain that I forget where I'm going unless I use a pin to mark it. I'm not slacking, I swear. That guy back there, homie's slacking for sure. Funny. After work, I'll probably head off to the milk bar. I'm a regular. Sure you are, buddy. I went to see the fortune teller this morning, and he said I'd have the worst day of my life today. Darn, his fortunes usually come true. I better be prepared for anything. Oh, that sucks. Nobody wants to hear that at the fortune teller. Yo, please tell me my fortune. Yo, today is gonna suck. Milk bar? Is that Hyrule's nightclub? Yeah. You don't know about the milk bar? Man, the milk bar is where it gets a little feisty. Ah, what a lovely fragrance lingers after the princess walks by. It makes a guard duty all worthwhile. True. Don't worry if Lady Impa comes across a little stern. She's the royal nursemaid, so she's always concerned for the welfare of Her Royal Highness. All right, we're headed to the city. Let's go. Oh, dang, I missed the chest down here. Oh, let's go get that loot. I'm not passing up loot, chat. What do I look like? Like I'm not a loot goblin? I'll walk my ass right back in here for a chest. Like, what can you do if someone tells you you're gonna have the worst day ever? Just don't leave the house and just accept your fate. That's what I would do. You're gonna have the worst day ever. I'd be like, well, looks like I'm going to play World of Warcraft all day. Because, like, if something bad's gonna happen to me, I'd rather it happen to me in World of Warcraft, not in real life. So I just wouldn't leave the house and I would go play WoW all day. You know, and then whatever, you know, whatever happens, happens. Yeah, Mr. Alex B, it's perfect. That's why it's like, it's weird. It's not a remake, but in a lot of ways, this is the closest thing we ever got to a remake of A Link to the Past. And I don't like to think that it's going to be the only thing. Like, I do feel like we will see a proper remake of A Link to the Past, maybe even sooner than we think. I think we will. I think they'll eventually sit down and give that game like a proper glow up. His name is Flute Boy. Sorry, little man, my pal here is pretty shy. He flat out refuses to talk in front of people. Hope you don't take it the wrong way, but would you mind leaving him be? Much obliged. How about a song to go with your milk? Just 10 rupees. Sure. Thanks, my lad. Well then, here we go. Ready to play, little friend? Nice. People fluters. What do you want? Can a guy get a drink? Can a guy just drink his milk in peace? Sorry, don't mean to be a grump. I'm just thinking about magnifying glasses. How I'd read maps with them. But my eyesight's going, and now not even a magnifying glass helps. Okay, weirdo. What the hell? Man, I just can't believe how good this milk tastes. And with the musicians here too, this place is the best. Huh? Say what? I'm not slacking off. I'm on break from my patrols, dude. Dang. Welcome. Milk bar owner. Look a little familiar. He looks like Mylan's dad. How about a glass of cold milk fresh from Lon Lon Ranch? Oh, it's literally Mylan's dad. It's 20 rupees a glass. Fancy a drink? Yeah. You have to get yourself a bottle first. I think I saw one for sale in the village. Oh yeah. Same salesman. Oh, a customer. Don't be shy. Come on over. That's a bottle. Useful for storing a bunch of things. How about 100 rupees? You have this exact same interaction in A Link to the Past. That's why this game almost makes me wonder if this game is the reason why they never will remake A Link to the Past. Because if you really think about it, this game is basically a remake. Like, let's just be honest. Like, it isn't, but like it is, but it isn't, but it is, but it isn't. So it's like, what were they doing when they made this game? It's like weird. Listen, kid, I didn't do it. Whatever it was, just leave me alone, okay? See, this guy would steal from you in A Link to the Past. Ever stop to think how many times we just pass right by people on the street, you know, in all of our lives? Well, I know a secret that will make passing by people a lot more fun, because I'm in the business of introducing people such as yourself to Street Pass!
Direct sequel to LTTP. It's called Triforce of the Gods 2 in Japan.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, this is a direct sequel. Yeah, I know. We were talking about how this game is a direct sequel to A Link to the Past, but it feels like a remake of A Link to the Past. Because they do a bunch of stuff one for one with A Link to the Past. So while all sequels are going to have references and stuff to the original game, this game takes it to the next level, and it almost copies stuff from A Link to the Past. Almost as if it is a remake, but it's not a remake, it's a sequel, and we all know that. But it feels like a remake. It walks the line between both, and it's real weird. Right? Like, it's real weird. Like, it walks the line between both, and it's real funky. Some naughty child grabbed one of my cuckoos. He probably wanted to jump off a roof with it. Gliding with cuckoos is fun, but I can't stand it when kids take my cuckoos. Was Majora's Mask a remake of Ocarina? No, it was a separate game. Completely separate game. I'm hyped but surprised they're making a remake of Ocarina of Time at all. I'm not too surprised. Actually, somebody just found a clip of me calling out the Ocarina remake literally in like 2020, like 2021. Like 2021, I was calling it out. I felt like it was the right decision back then. So it was so cool to see that clip, because I've been talking about Ocarina remake for 5 years. It's always felt like the exact move for them to make. A full from the ground up remake. We ain't talking the 3DS version. Like, we're talking full from the ground up remake. A completely reimagining of Ocarina. I've been calling it out for a long time, and I'm also shocked, but like, I'm not shocked. I'm not surprised that they're doing it. I'm surprised that I was right. We need a Majora remake? Sure, it might happen. Like, the thing you got to realize about Majora's Mask is that Majora's Mask used a lot of the assets from Ocarina. So if they're taking the time to remake or reimagine Ocarina, they're already doing half the job of Majora's, right? Think about it. So at that point, all they would have to do is rearrange all of those newly built assets and systems and put them into a new game. And then they would have to work on a new time mechanic. So weirdly, I think that it's very possible that we see a Majora's Mask remake after Ocarina. However, I still think it's a wish list thing. I still think we're all wish listing on that, because just because Ocarina is getting a remake does not mean Majora's is guaranteed. And I do think it's a little wish listy. Right, I don't think it's guaranteed. I think it's very wish listy. But again, you know, in theory, it makes a ton of sense. Oh yeah, in this game you don't have to equip the shield. Oh my lord, do I love this game. You don't have to equip the shield. It's just a part of the buttons. Yes! This game is so good, dude. A Link Between Worlds is the most underrated Zelda game, I think, in existence. It's so good. There's always the PC port. That's right. Exclamation point MM in the chat. If you were swinging at the cuckoos and I thought of this clip. Dude, I love that clip. I love that clip. Do you think that Majora's Mask remake can and will depend on the reception and sales of Ocarina? I think to an extent, yeah. But then when you add the Nintendo factor to the mix, all of a sudden you remember that Nintendo makes 0 sense and sales don't mean anything. Like, unfortunately, like, you gotta remember the Nintendo chaos element. Always remember the Nintendo chaos element, where even if sales are the best thing that's ever happened to them, they might just be like, nah, don't want to do that. Like, think about Tears of the Kingdom and how Tears of the Kingdom didn't get DLC, even though it was like the obvious cash grab. They were like, nah, screw you. So like, it's weird, man. It's weird. It's like, but I agree with you, Ham Labs. Like, on paper, Majora's Mask probably depends on the reception of Ocarina and all sorts of stuff, right? But I don't know, dude. I don't know, man. Tears of the Kingdom was the DLC. I mean, Kinda, yeah. A nice DLC. I wish all my DLCs were as good as Tears of the Kingdom, just half the price. Tears of the Kingdom will get DLC in 2 years. I think that could be true, but the only reason that it's not potentially true is that Ayanuma himself was like, no DLC, we're done with this version of Hyrule. However, Nintendo has lied to us before, and they'll lie to us again. Don't forget that. The same way that Nintendo said no more updates for Animal Crossing, and I sat there and stared everyone in the face in 2021 and said, that doesn't matter. Nintendo lies all the time. All of a sudden, 2 years later, we got Animal Crossing 3.0. Oh, what happened? But they said it would never happen, Hylian. I know. They always lie. They tell you the thing you need to hear, and then they do what's the best decision later. And yeah, you're right. Tears of the Kingdom DLC could be the best decision later, because what if the development of the next major 3D Zelda gets delayed? Right? Let's just paint that timeline. Let's say that the next 3D Zelda gets delayed. They all get delayed. Then all of a sudden they're trying to fill a gap and they need some cash. You know what? Why don't we make DLC for Tears of the Kingdom? Done. Right? Like, so yeah, I think that's a possibility, but just to be clear, Ayanuma did shoot that down. He did say no DLC. So, not only does Nintendo make no sense, but games take a long time to make. So if they were going to do Remake, it probably would already be in production to some extent. That, or we wouldn't be seeing it for a long time. Right. And that's why I wonder if, since they're already doing Ocarina, wouldn't technically that be partial production of Majora's? Think about it. Technically, while they're building Ocarina, they're building Majora's Mask. That's how that, right? Like, they're already doing it. So all they would have to really do is like add the time mechanics, build the dungeons out, add some assets that are not in Ocarina, like the bosses and stuff from Majora's, and then the mask and like all that stuff. So it's still a lot of work, don't get me wrong. But like, if you think about it, technically they are working on Majora's right now because they're working on Ocarina and they were the same assets. Why wouldn't they be again? So it's like a real interesting conversation. That's why I think Majora's could happen. I agree with Toad that I don't think it will. For some reason, my gut's telling me that it's not going to happen, but I think it's a possibility. Right. Yeah, I think so. But Nintendo makes zero sense. So the reason I stopped playing for a second is because I need to go to the restroom and I need to grab some more coffee. Right. So I'll be right back. It'll just take me a second here. Infin Fox, thanks for popping into the Twitch chat. I did miss your message over in YouTube. I just want to let you all know I'm a little tired today and I have a little bit of a headache. And it does affect me, unfortunately, in my interactions. And I might not be able to keep up with every message is what I'm saying. And I did miss your message there, dude. And I feel bad. That's my bad. I try to keep up with my chat. So here, we'll actually throw our clock back up on the screen so I can see what time it is while I'm playing. I do like to see what time it is. So yeah. Thank you, man. Thank you. So I think picking up this game again is worth it, by the way, to answer your question. I think you totally should, and you can emulate it. If you need help emulating it, let me know. I might be able to help you out. Yo, thanks for the raid, Ren. Good to see you in the chat today, dude. What's up? What's up, Raiders? Here, let me get you a shout out here. What were you doing today, man? Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. You were doing some co-working? Nice. Catching up on VODs, doing some co-working. Yeah, welcome to the show, to the Infin. Isn't every digital game DLC? I mean, now we're getting into the weeds, but I think you're also true. I think you're also right about that. I think so. Downloadable content, right? Downloadable content, DLC. Digital games are downloadable content. Wait a second. There's a meme for this. We need the meme. But if every DLC stands for downloadable content and every digital game is downloadable, then doesn't that mean that every digital game is DLC? I don't know. I'll be right back. All right. Okay. What are we doing? We're back. If I can't get the game, I'm just gonna emulate it for sure. Yeah. If you need help with that stuff, reach out to me, man. We can take care of y'all with emulation stuff. What's up, NX Revolution? Yeah, we could try to take care of you with that. Try to help where we can. Boom, 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 boom. But I'm sure this game was a part of the Nintendo Select. So remember, Nintendo was still doing Nintendo Select back in 3DS, and you can find this game for $20. Just a reminder, like this game was a part of the Nintendo Select program, and it was $20. Same thing with New Leaf. So this game's not that expensive on the used market. It's really not that expensive. Like you should not be spending more than $40 on this game on the used market. And if anybody's trying to charge you more, it's a scam, dude. This game was a part of Nintendo Select, which means they produced 1,000 copies of this thing way late into its life. Like a ton of them. Like there's a butt ton of Nintendo Select games out there because they do a whole second print and a second run of the games. So this game should be $30-$40. Like, yeah, Amazon has it for 40. Yeah. So not a bad one to pick up at all. Definitely not those Pokemon prices, right? Definitely not them Pokemon prices. We don't mess with them Poke prices. All right, here we go. We got Sahasrara. Holla, 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 holla. Throwback to old Dave Chappelle.
Zelda, Master Sword. Oh, gee, I dozed off again. Amid you, Link. By the look on your face, so grim, child. What's the matter? Come on. Ceres was turned into a what? A painting? And then she was stolen away? And Princess Zelda sent you here to tell me. Ah, I see. This can mean only one thing. I'm sure you've heard the legends of old about the 7 sages and the hero who saved Hyrule. Of course. Ceres is a descendant of the original 7 sages who sealed Ganon in darkness all those years ago. This Yuga you speak of, he must be after the 7 sages of our day. He surely intends to free Ganon. Oh no! When I heard rumors of a strange man lurking near the Eastern Palace, I sent my pupil Osfalala to investigate. I put him in danger, for he's also a descendant of the 7 sages. I'm sure Yuga will be waiting for him. I'll never make it in time to warn him, but you, Link, could you hurry to Osfala and tell him everything? I've made a note of the location on the Eastern Palace on your map. You can zoom in and out by using plus and minus, but you may know that already. There's no time to lose. How curious. I haven't seen Asfalal today. I wonder. He's probably out somewhere trying to prove himself a great hero, and all for Princess Zelda's sake too. Sigh, there was a time when I thought Asfala would be my hero. I suppose it just wasn't meant to be. Oh, well. Sorry, old lady. Why is Link spelled L space I-N-K? Wait, did I mess up? Oh no! Did I put a space between? No! Frick! All right, I gotta restart the save, I think. You know that fortune teller up near the woods? I saw him put on some freaky glasses. Then he started chatting away, even though no one was there. Weird. Does he see something we can't? Oh yeah, talking to trees. You could talk to trees in this game. Time to restart. What's up, Pastel? It's an old meme of the channel. It's an old meme. It's a super old meme. The village is really bustling today, don't you think? I think I'll stay inside where it's nice and quiet. Okay, lady. I'll bustle you. What's this?
Fortune's Choice. Let's do this. Welcome to Fortune's Choice. First time here, the rules are simple. I'll reveal 2 chests, you open one of them. 50 rupees for 1 try, and if you're lucky, you'll win 100. If you're not, you'll get only 1. I ain't got 50 rupees, dog. No gamba for me today. I thought you were serious. I know, I was trolling. I was being a troll. Hey there, did your master give you permission to play around with swords, Link? Wait, I bet you heard that old man over there is calling for people with swords to come talk to him. Did you? No. Well, he is. He's talking about how fun something called Street Pass is. When I took my daughter there to play, he said only people with swords can get in on the action. I don't know what this Street Pass thing is all about. All right, shut up with your in-game ads. My immersion! I don't know what this Street Pass thing is all about. Beep bo 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 bo, and I beep the boot, and then I bowed. Beep bo beep bo 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 bo, and then I beeped, and a little bow beep bo. First Zelda was on N64 in the 90s when tech was invented, I think. Nah, it's A Link Between Worlds 2013. Is this the first Zelda that came out in 1956? All right, well. Beautiful YouTube comment. YouTube comment, beautiful. What's up, Nosferatu? So the first Zelda was on NES back in 1988. I think it was 88. It was on NES, capital NES. And then its sequel was also on NES just a couple years later, 91. And then A Link to the Past, which is the game that this one is a sequel to, was actually 93. Right? So 92 or 93. So fun enough, this game is a sequel to a game that came out 20 years before it. Isn't that crazy to think about? Isn't that really crazy to think about? They put out a sequel for a game 20 years later. Ow. Bum, 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 bum. Some Toy Story level stuff right there. Yeah, pretty nuts. Bum, 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 bum. Let's see if my memory serves me correctly. Might they have kept that fairy fountain over here? Might they have kept that fairy fountain over here? They did. Heck, that made me do some math. Yo, enjoy your sleep lurk, dude. What's up, K9? I love it when they put in Nintendo ads. Dude, I love it when Nintendo does it. I'm not even gonna lie. I can't help but love it when I'm playing Animal Crossing and it's like, where's my Pokemon Pikachu? Oh wait, hold on. We are supposed to go up there. I agree with you, K9. I think it could be in the works right now. Like, it could be in the works because they have Grezzo, and so Grezzo did A Link's Awakening, then Grezzo did Echoes of Wisdom. Now I think Grezzo does another remake, and I think that the candidates are as follows: Oracles of Ages and Seasons, A Link to the Past, or Minish Cap. And I don't think Minish Cap needs a remake. So I think Oracles of Ages and Seasons do, but it was a Capcom game, and I wonder, would Nintendo take that away from Capcom and give it to Grezzo, or would like, how would that work, right? Because it was a Capcom game that Capcom developed Oracles. Same thing with Minish Cap. So that's why my conclusion is that I feel like the easiest answer for a 2D remake is actually A Link to the Past. But I don't think Capcom making the Oracles games has anything to do with their potential remake. I don't think so. I don't think Nintendo cares who made the original game, because Nintendo remade Mario Superstars, Mario RPG, right? That wasn't Square Enix, was it? Was that not like Nintendo doing that with whatever company that did it, right? Like, all I know is it was not Square, I don't think, who did the remake. So I think Nintendo has proven that they don't actually care who does the remake of an older game. I think they just, whoever they have the most faith in, I guess. Yeah, I don't know if A Link Between Worlds will get a remake, Brands, but sorry about that, Brands. However, I do think that A Link Between Worlds is going to get ported to the Switch. That's my take on that. I think A Link Between Worlds gets ported to the Nintendo Switch. And we see that game show up to the Switch, just like they did with Luigi's Mansion. Are you just starting this game today? Yeah. Capcom loves Nintendo. Capcom does love Nintendo. They are definitely buddies. Don't tell me about taking a break, dude. All right, can we buy the bow yet? Or is Ravio set up shop yet? Welcome home, Mr. Hero. You said it was all right to stay here, so I've made myself at home. What happened? What's that? Saw my signs at the Eastern Palace, did you? I was going to open a store near the palace, but when I saw all the monsters, I hightailed it out of there. Way too many monsters around there for my liking, you get me? But I seem to recall some stone pedestals near my signs. Did you see a symbol on them? Oh, you did? Well, do you remember what the symbol was? Bow. Well, that's right, it was a bow. Remind you of anything? Like maybe this? You rented the bow! Don't forget you can aim and then go! Normally I'd charge you a rental fee, but I'll lend it to you for free. This time anyways. But I'll be taking that back if anything happens to you out there. Okay. That was the first R2-D2 sound from Star Wars. Is the Zelda movie gonna have a playable Zelda? This is the energy gauge. It depletes when you use Ravio's items and recharges over time. If your energy runs out, you can't use Ravio's items until it replenishes. Try using the bow you just got. Want to hear the explanation again? No, I don't. Well, I don't know if the Zelda movie is going to have a playable Zelda, but I will tell you that you can be banned from my chat because obviously you're an idiot. Shut up. Okay, see you later. Obviously you're an idiot. Shut up. Ravioli. Hope it gets ported. I think this game will get ported. Yeah, I think so. Yo, what up, Porky? Good morning. Bye, Felicia. I mean, they're obviously trolling, right? The first thing they said was, "Is this the Zelda from 1956?" And then the next thing they said was, "Is the Zelda movie gonna have a playable Zelda?" Like, listen, if you have a problem with women in gaming in 2026, you really need to get your life in order. Leave women alone. Let them be things. Let them do things. Let them explore the universe. Let them be the major lead in a game. Every woman in a movie is not a plot to make you gay or something. Like, get over yourself. It's not like that, dude. Chill out. Holy hell. Tell them, bro. Let women be human beings, please. It doesn't have to be like that. You're raw AF? I have been called raw at times. I won't lie. Illmatic, occasionally. I have been referred to kingly even, on occasion. All right, maybe I'm pushing it, but... Wait, this game has a playable Zelda? No, it doesn't, but... I think they were referencing Echoes of Wisdom. And, if you can believe it, there's human beings out there that don't like Echoes of Wisdom because you have to play as a girl. You can believe that, right? You, stop where you are. What are you doing here in the Eastern Palace? Oh, my apologies. I thought you were someone I'm looking for, aren't you, Link? Aren't you Link? Oh, you're the blacksmith's apprentice, right? What brings you all the way to the Eastern Palace? Vile deeds at the sanctuary? My master sent you to fetch me back to safety? This Yuga you speak of, surely he's cause for grave concern. But why should Sasha Hala be worried about me? I'm a descendant of the original 7 sages. I'm just as powerful as they were. This guy's about to eat his words. I've even got myself the sand rod. So I'm more or less invincible. Bold talk, you might say, but it's simply the truth. I'll get to the bottom of this Yuga nonsense. Now, farewell to you, Link. Homie's about to be a painting real soon. Homie's about to be a painting real soon. Ew, not a yucky girl. Like, why are you scared of a girl, bro? I know, people are so weird, man. All right, let's go. First dungeon, chat. You ready? First dungeon. The Eastern Palace. EP. I hope that the next 3D Zelda, Link, they put Link in a dress and they put him in a castle, and then they put Zelda in like a super sick Batman style Link garb suit, and then you have to save Link as Princess Zelda. And I hope they completely role reverse the game. That's what I hope the next Zelda is like. I'm not even capping. Like, I would love that. I would absolutely cherish the opportunity to save Link as Zelda. Yeah, let's do it. Let's lock it in. Okay, I feel like this path actually is going to be the better one to go first. Yeah. I know, when the trailer for Tears of the Kingdom first dropped, I thought we were going to be playing both characters. Like, we were going to be swapping back and forth between both. I thought that was going to be super cool if that was the case. You technically do that in Echoes? Yeah, you do. I know, I was actually about to bring that up. Yeah, you technically kind of do that in Echoes, yeah. Ow. Yeah, technically. Yeah. I will say that, jokes aside, I wouldn't mind traditional sword gameplay with a potential like Zelda lead. Now, I do respect them wanting to maybe separate the characters. Right? I do have a lot of respect for them maybe saying, why would we do the exact same thing with Link that we do with Zelda? That doesn't make any sense, because like we're more unique than that. Let's make Zelda different and interesting, right? So maybe it doesn't have to be like traditional sword and shield Link gameplay, but I do think that I would, if they ever did make Zelda the lead of a 3D Zelda game, I would like it to at least feel like I'm playing a Zelda game. That's where Echoes did throw a lot of people off, is that it wasn't like, it didn't feel like a Zelda game. It was a very goofy version of a Zelda game. So I do think that if they ever actually go full on, I think that they should like give her a sword, give her a weapon, give her a spear, and like give her a spear or like a pair of tonfas or a chakra or something really cool. A chakram, right? Like I think that there's a lot of potential for some real cool combat with Zelda, and it doesn't have to be a staff and spells. Like it could be cool. Like they could give her all the traditional stuff, like the bow and the hook shot. You know, all that stuff is cool, but her main weapon could be like anything. Like instead of a boomerang, it could be like a chakram, which is just such a cool idea for a weapon. You know, still give her the hammers and all the stuff that's on the outskirts, but her main weapon could be anything. It could be a spear. It could be like a sick scimitar. Like, I don't know, man. Like, I would like to see that. I will say that Echoes of Wisdom was a great experiment. Ooh, secret room. Echoes of Wisdom was a great experiment, but I think that traditional Zelda combat is my favorite. But I'm super happy that Echoes of Wisdom exist, and I'm super happy that we got that experience, and that we got a chance to experience something new in the Zelda universe, unlike anything we've ever played. And like, I can't tell people how to enjoy video games, but if you can't appreciate Echoes of Wisdom for just being different and something new in 2026, a risk, imagine companies taking risk in 2026. If you can't appreciate that, I feel like that's weird. Again, I can't tell you how to feel. I can't tell you to like the game. But if you truly can appreciate and value something different and unique for just the fact that it's something completely foreign to the Zelda universe, right? Like that's enough. That is enough to enjoy Echoes of Wisdom, even just conceptually. I'm not telling you that you have to enjoy the game, just the fact that it exists, right? Like awesome. Like so happy that that game is out there. Good for them, right? Like I think you can go that far without ever liking the game. Just enjoying that Echoes exist I think that's a really healthy take on Echoes of Wisdom, right? Because it's just so different, right? Again, I'm not expecting you to like the game. I'm not expecting you to play the game. Just respect it for what it was, right? Yeah, what's up, Classy Saya? Just got home from the Children's Hospital. Connor and Jason, my little twins, just starting to learn to walk. I guess I didn't toddler-proof the house. Aw. Aw, that sucks. Now I have a goose egg, but luckily they're fine. I just overreacted. Listen, as a kid who really bumped his head a lot, you know, I turned out just fine. Yeah, they'll be okay. Wait, maybe that's not the most comforting thing to say. Listen, dude, it's probably not that big of a deal. I turned out great, right? All right, so this is the warp back. She did have a rapier in Hyrule Warriors. Oh, I didn't know that. I don't know if I got to that point with her. That's cool. I played Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity, and they gave her like a camera. She was pretty cool in Age of Calamity, though, to be fair. She was pretty cool. I love how nostalgic and reminiscent this is to the original dungeon, right? Like, does anybody who played this game, and maybe if you didn't, do you see all the little references to like the original dungeon? Like this room right here, while it was a lot faster and a lot messier in the original. This is like a cool little reference to like these rooms. Yeah, you got it, Nairman. I love this game for that. This game does such a good job being familiar and nostalgic and having Easter eggs, and but also being new and fresh and a unique experience. It's fun. They did a good job with this game. Most underrated Zelda for sure. Did you need a monkey to get into the dungeon? No, but we're not in the Dark World. So this is the first time you go to the Eastern Palace. You're talking about the Dark Palace. And the Dark Palace does require a monkey. I don't know if it requires a monkey in this version. I don't remember, but yeah, no monkey needed for the Eastern Palace. We need a Switch release of this. I think we're going to get one. I feel very confident that A Link Between Worlds will be coming to the Switch. I feel very, very confident. I feel very confident in that fact. It's just an easy W for Nintendo, and Nintendo likes their easy dubs. It's an easy dub for Nintendo, and they like their easy dubs sometimes. I shouldn't say that so matter of fact, because I think we all know that Nintendo is afraid of money. but they do like an occasional easy dub. So I feel like this is an easy dub. Yeah, and you know what really makes me feel confident about this is the fact that we got Luigi's Mansion. Luigi's Mansion, Dark Moon. I feel like that kind of gave me more faith that we're going to see more DS and 3DS ports. So now here's the thing though. Now that I say this all out loud, Luigi's Mansion 2 was DS, not 3DS. So I wonder if we sooner see Majora's 3D or Phantom Hourglass or Spirit Tracks. I wonder if we would see those games first before we would ever see this game. That would make sense, actually. I don't know. Oh, it was 3DS? Okay, I was wrong. Okay, cool. That makes me... Okay, back to my original guess then. Whew. Glad I called that guy. Nintendo's afraid of us being happy. True. You know what they say out there? They say that nobody hates their fans, Nintendo fans. Nobody hates Nintendo fans more than Nintendo. That's what they say. But recently, I've started realizing that that's not true. Sony is taking the new crown. So thank you, Sony. Now I can officially change the saying. No one hates Sony fans more than Sony themselves. They finally took the crown in the space of worst consumer practices known to man. So at least Nintendo's got a W in that department. Yeah, I could see Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks as a double release. I agree with that. I could really see that. Wow, that's a good thought. Thanks, Sony. Yeah. What do you think the next console? I don't know. I never thought about that. I only ever thought about the Switch 2 and the existence of a more powerful Switch. I never thought about what happens next. I suppose what happens next is another hybrid. I feel like Nintendo's future is hybrid consoles. But I think it's going to be a really long time before we see that. So, do you think Nintendo will take the opportunity to say/do something regarding more physical? You know, part of me thought that it would be such a good PR move for other consoles to step up and to say that they're keeping physical around. Then I thought, well, Xbox can't do it because Xbox has already been avoiding digital since before Sony. So then I thought, well, then that means it's only Nintendo. So then I thought, well, would Nintendo ever take the opportunity to be like, yo, by the way, physical games still exist on our consoles? And then I realized, no, they won't. And why? Because Nintendo introduced game key cards. And I don't know if it would look good for Nintendo to do that. It might actually make them look worse. If they were to step up right now and be like, just a reminder, we still do physical games, everyone would point and laugh at Nintendo right now. And they would be like, game key cards? Shut up, Nintendo. So unfortunately, I don't think Nintendo's in a position at all to take advantage of the current physical game conversation. Because everyone would just laugh at them anyways, unfortunately. Yeah, like I don't think that they are in a position where they could truly like do something fun right now. I don't think they can do that. Yeah, it sucks, but I wish they could. But I think the internet would just make fun of them.
Ha! After all your posing, all your preening, just look at you now. Now, my fine fellow, prepare to be made into my latest work of art. You have a privileged place in my collection of sages. Aha! An excellent painting. What a knack I have for capturing the smallest details, just so. Oh? Who? You're that wiggling worm I saw at the sanctuary. What? Have you come to challenge me again? I don't have time to coddle with would-be heroes. But since you insist, I will oblige.
Frick. Fight. Come here. Stop running from me. Come here. Stop running from me. Come here. Stop running from me. Come here. Get over here. Stop running from me. No, stop it. Come here. Stop running from me. Hey, come here. Stop it. Come here. Stop. Stop running from me. Hey. Hey. Hey, wait a second. Stop. Come here. Oh, oh. She's pissed. Shredded. Oh yeah, Nintendo's definitely still the most physical in terms of games. That's why I wish they could step up and say something and remind people like, by the way, we're still putting effort into physical media. I just feel like the internet wouldn't reply to it well anyways, so it's probably not even a good PR move, but I wish they could. I wish they would, because like it's true. They are the one bastion of physical at this point, right? Like, let's be honest. Enough of this. You're going to spoil everything. You forced my hand. I must brush you aside. What a sad, drab painting you make. You can rot there for all I care. Now onward. My collection requires even more perfect paintings. Oh, how long to hang that exquisite princess... How I long to hang that exquisite Princess Zelda on my wall. And now we got the derpiest version of Link imaginable. You thought you knew the derpiest version of Link. I present to you the derpiest version of Link. Look at his little blink. Yuga is actually a dude. Yeah, yeah. They refer to him with male pronouns throughout the game. What? You mean that stinky bracelet that Ravio gave me was actually important? What? You mean Ravio, who insisted that I put it on? Weird, right? Don't you think that's weird? Ravio's bracelet saved you? But how? Anyways, it seems that now you can merge into walls. Sick! We're merging! And then now you are all getting introduced to this game's gimmick. This game's gimmick right here. Take a look. You can turn into the wall. This whole game is designed around the fact that you can walk into walls. And that's how you solve puzzles in this game. And it's really, really dope. If you're seeing this game for the first time, like, it's really, 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 really cool. And you have to wrap your head around it, almost like you're playing with portals. Like, you ever heard that phrase? Like, you got to think with portals. This game has that effect. Like, you have to think with portals. Now, because it's a Nintendo game and it's not like trying really, really hard to stump you, it's like not that bad. But every once in a while, if you're not thinking with portals, quote unquote, this game will trick you up. Like, it will. Like, it'll get you every once in a while. And so, and there is blockers. You can't walk across every wall, and that's where the puzzle solving comes in. But it's so cool. It's such an interesting gimmick. Boom, boom, boom. And there's all sorts of secrets and stuff everywhere to loot. Like, I already missed some rupee secrets, I'm pretty sure, but whatever. Like, isn't that neat? Isn't that cool? Like, they built the whole game around this mechanic, and it's neat, dude. This is where A Link Between Worlds really separates itself from A Link to the Past. Up until this point, you're like, okay, like, how's this going to be a different adventure? It's a little quirky, Ravio, but, like, what's going on here? And then you get introduced to this, and you instantly get woken up to, like, this game is going to be a very different experience, right? It's cool.
Ah, my lad. My lad, you finally found your way back out of the Eastern Palace. But what of us, fella? No, Yuga has taken Asfala too. Worse still, he now has two of our sages. And that fiend said he was going after Princess Zelda next? We mustn't let that happen.
Oh, too late, dog.
My word, what was that? Are we too late? Something dire is happening at Hyrule Castle. There's no time to waste. What is going on here?
Hey, what's up, Mossy Paul's Gaming? Checking in on YouTube today for my son's tablet. He decided he's the only one who allowed to use the TV today. And Sky says, what do you think of this? I agree it's a shame that physical games are going under, but then it was highlighted to me that games in this day and age become too big for storage. It made me think it's true for a lot of games, so I kind of understand why with some games. I will say I was in Meijer and Walmart yesterday, and while Xbox hasn't gone physical, Meijer had 0 physical Xbox games and Walmart had like 4. Never really paid any attention until the whole Sony thing. Yeah, Xbox has been in this position for a while now, yeah. I didn't really pay attention to it too much either until recently. What's going on here?
That barrier, I've never seen such magic. I daren't approach it.
I daren't.
But we must break through somehow. Princess Zelda and Lady Impa are trapped inside the castle. Listen well, Link. We must turn again to the legend of old for our solution. These abominable events are an echo of what happened all those years ago. Then, when the castle was in the grip of evil, the hero that day found the Master Sword. The hero first had to claim 3 pendants of virtue to prove himself worthy of the blade, but they were already thwarted. For one of those pendants is inside the castle with the Princess Zelda. No, it's not, dude. I got it. Oh, what a quandary. We need a pendant, but there's no way to get to it. Well, what's that? It can't be you're wearing. That's a pendant of courage. What in Hyrule are you doing with it, Link? She gave it to you? A special charm? How right she was. He must have sensed the evil in Hyrule and the rise of a new hero to meet it. So it's you. It must be. Why else would the princess have given you the pendant of courage? She knew you would need to get to the Master Sword. Well then, my young hero, you've got quite the quest ahead of you. You have to find the other 2 pendants. One pendant has been enshrined in the House of Gales, and the other pendant in the Tower of Era. I will mark these spots on your map, Link.
What? You got the pendant of courage? Good thing the princess thought ahead. But first, it seems prudent to save before taking such a quest. Yeah, true. I was wondering when you would let me do that. Saving complete. All right, I should head home and search my library clues, 7 sages. For now, it's all up to you. So this is where this game turns into Echoes of Wisdom. This is where this game all of a sudden now gives you choices on what dungeon you go to first. So like, this is why I feel like this is like the best version of Zelda as we lead into Echoes of Wisdom as well, where you have the freedom of choice, but it's still linear. While I can't go to every single dungeon right now, I can have a choice between 2. And it's going to be up to what weapon I want to rent here from Ravio to decide where I'm going and stuff. Let's just get through this text here. Hey, welcome back, little hero. What happened, buddy? Lots of dialogue in this game. That's like my least favorite part, actually. My bracelet did what now? Huh, who knew? Pretty neat that you could turn into a painting. Wowie, wow. I wish I was you. I wonder if I could steal that power from this weird Yuga guy, too. No, what am I thinking? I'm not cut out for that sort of thing. I'd probably screw it all up somehow and get stuck in some dungeon wall. I couldn't bear it. Stuck there forever and ever. Will you hurry up? Oh, yeah, I should have that kind of tough work for heroes for sure. Okay. I would never have guessed it. All right, so we have to go and discover the dungeons and see that we need a weapon first, and then we come back, and then he offers us a weapons maybe. Yo-hoo, Gully, it's time to come home. He must not be able to hear me. Oh, I hope he hasn't gotten himself lost in those woods down south. Okay. Bum 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 bum. Single best 3DS game I ever owned. It's a good game. Yeah, I think that the digital future is not the end of the world. To go back to that question, I don't think I completely understand. So the question was, the comment was, why, you know, a lot of physical games are not even fully on the cartridge anyways, and you still have to download and day one patches, and so like, is it really that big of a deal? And what it comes down to is just that we're losing the option, and that's what you need to remember. First off, if you actually go look it up, not many games are actually like that. Like the percentage of games that are physical versus the percentage of games that are physical and you have to download half the game, there's actually not a lot of that. There's not as much as you would think of that. People try to make it sound like there's a lot of that. There's actually not as much as you would think. A lot of physical media is fully on the disc or cartridge. The second thing I have to say to that is, it's not about the fact that digital wasn't inevitable. It's not about the fact that people are trying to say don't ever go digital, and that there wasn't a timeline, there wasn't a future where digital was going to be the dominant source as it already is. It's about the fact that they're removing the option and the choice. Yeah, nobody's saying that like physical isn't going to be the dominant thing as we go forward. I don't think anybody's saying that. Like, I think most people have enough respect and understanding to know that like this was inevitable to some extent. So that's why It doesn't matter if some physical games aren't fully physical. It doesn't matter if day one patches exist. What matters is that they're taking away the option, and less options is worse for consumers. And while I'm not going to sit here and talk about this for another hour, I'm going to just say one thing to defend my point. One single thing. All right, and you ready for it? I can go to the store right now and I can go buy a physical game for $30 used. I don't have a budget that can afford every $60, $70 game. So sometimes going to the store and picking up a $30 used game is how a broke person can afford gaming. In an all digital future, you will never see that ever again. You will never have the option to go to the store and get a $30 copy of a $70 game ever again. You will be paying full price for every game because they will run the whole market. So this is the only thing you need to worry about. This is the only thing that really matters. Nobody's saying that digital isn't the inevitable. Nobody's saying that a lot of games aren't fully on. Yeah, sure, we know all that. What we're saying, though, is that the future is not good for the consumers. If they can charge full price for every game on the market and there's never an opportunity to go buy a used game, this is going to hurt broke gamers. Broke gamers just got punched in the stomach. They just got kicked while they were already on the ground. So you might not be affected by this and you might not be able to understand this. Maybe you don't buy used games, but you have to understand that the used market is one of the biggest, most accessible parts of gaming. You can go buy a used game for sometimes a fraction of the price, and this is the only way some people can afford to game. So while we're sitting here tossing around this idea that it doesn't really matter, you're forgetting the biggest reason why it does matter. Physical used prices. That's why this matters. That's why this matters. That is and then the other reasons are because of preservation, and then the other reasons are because of ownership. Right? It's ownership, it's preservation, and it's the fact that we're going to have to pay full price for every single game for the rest of our lives from Sony. It's over. Unless Sony decides to throw you a deal. And let's give them 30% off for this 10-year-old game for a week and force a bunch of sales because we're not doing well this month. That's the only time you're ever going to get a sale, when Sony decides. That sucks. And if you can't understand why that sucks, then I don't know what to say to you. That blows. That really, really, really sucks for people. And that's it. That's what it comes down to. Stop, I've never thought of that. I love looking for the perfect used game. Yeah, it's over. Like, removing physical is like closing down the mom and pop grocery store when Walmart comes into town, removing competition, and the big guy sets the price. Exactly, Malachi. So, but I think unfortunately, as much as like I would like to keep talking about the Sony stuff, because I think it's important that we're all very aware of this and like we're fighting for our rights as consumers, I'm gonna go ahead and say, like, let's just stop talking about this, because it's dude, we've been talking about this for a week and it's starting to become boring. Nobody wants to talk about this anymore. I told y'all I give it 2 weeks before everyone forgets about this problem anyways. We all move on and we all go back to slobbering all over Sony's knob. So I'm just like, who cares? Let's just go back to playing games. 2 weeks, that's what I give it, if that. And we're all just back to buying games, and it doesn't matter. And Sony's still going to be one of the biggest gaming companies of all time, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So why are we still talking about this? Like, I don't mind having a conversation, and I wish that I could talk about this all day, because I think it's so important that we do not let this go. But like, come on, dude. Like, we're talking about this way too much. Like we just got to move on, dude. Do we have a community Power World server? No, we don't, because unfortunately, when I did Power World, there was no cross progression, or there was no cross play, and nobody could play with us on Xbox. Well, now they fixed that, but I shut the server down because we weren't playing it. We might have an opportunity though. I guess somebody in the community, Sister Honey, might have a Power World server, and maybe they can invite us to play with them. I'm not sure, but we have talked. They did invite me. I don't know if they're inviting other people, but they did invite me. So maybe we'll do some Power World server stuff. I'm figuring that out. I will be reinstalling Power World for 1.0 to play either in my free time or with all of you. We're still kind of figuring out what we want to do with that though. Right. We're still kind of like, well, I'm not sure. Maybe we have somebody in the community already hosting one. We can play with them, or, you know, maybe I have to host my own. I'm not sure, but good question. I am excited about Power World 1.0 to some extent, and it could be fun even just off stream. Whoa, hold up a second, Greenie. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Someone else wearing that green hat? Who am I? Haven't heard of me? I'm Irene, best witch of my generation. Still a junior witch, but whatever. All right. Get this. I had my fortune told this morning, right? And I was told I'd soon be visited by disaster. Disaster. But if I want to change my future, I should take care of green. I was like, green? What? I should take care of the grass? I'm not mowing every lawn in Hyrule. Forget that. I'm a witch on the rise. And then you came along, and then it all made sense. I've got to take care of you, Greenie. So here, take this thing. You got the bell. Now you can call Irene anytime. Been seeing those weather vanes all over the place. Just ring that bell and I'll fly you to any of the ones you found. Normally, I don't take passengers, but I'd rather haul you all over Hyrule than face disaster. Anyways, gotta fly. I have errands to run for my gram later. Oh, right, one more thing. My Gram's a world-class potion brewer. Her shop is behind the Eastern Palace. I'd strongly suggest you go look her up. Her potions can't be beat. See, I'm looking out for you already, Greenie. All right, I don't think we can swim yet, right? So we can't go down here yet. Oh yeah, I gotta use my new ability. Duh, I gotta use my new wall crawl. Bum 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 bum. I have Power World installed. Yeah, I haven't installed it in a long time. I think I'm going to Switch 2 for everything. Yeah, I'm going Switch 2 for the most part. All right. Got to start thinking with portals. Oh, wait, we have a bridge here. Never mind. Oh yeah, this goofy looking guy. And stretch. Hey guy, you seem like you get around a lot. Don't forget to do your stretches, okay? What? It's not your stretches that are troubling you? Then it must be that building over there, right? Huh? What do you mean, which one? The one with the windmill. You can see it if you use the D-pad. Oh yeah, I forgot you could do this. Yeah, look at this guy with like no nose. Boom, 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 boom. All right, I don't think we can jump down there. Nice. I don't think we want to go that way yet, do we? Let's go check. Yeah, I didn't think so. The no nose is why he has... No one knows why he has no nose. Well done. I'm going to a car boot sale tomorrow. I'm hoping to pick up some older games. Car boot sale? What's that? I've never heard of that. What if Link could wall jump like Batman? That would be sick. I don't have my... There we go. Bum 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 bum. Dude, the cave music from A Link to the Past, and in turn, this game is some of my favorite music in the series. It's like a garage sale, but on a field with loads of kids and other people. Oh, so it's kind of like a yeah, it's kind of like a flea market, it almost sounds like. Yeah, it sounds like a flea market. But yeah, you guys are definitely welcome to continue to chat about the Sony stuff. I just wanted to finally say that I think I'm done talking about it and sharing my thoughts on it. Of course, as always, questions are always welcome. But I think we have finally hit that point where it's like, okay, let's just move on, dude. It's just like I want to keep chatting about it, but let's just move on because I've probably shared my thoughts a little too much on the subject, to be honest. Boom, 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 boom. Yo, what's up, Nick82? Good to see you today. Good morning. I'm just catching up on chat real quick. You keep making my to playlist grow and grow. This game is so good. If you're a Zelda fan, yeah, like a swap meet. Yeah, yeah. All right, give me just a second here. Okay. I just wanted to jam out. I am kind of looking forward to Tomb Raider. Yeah, I think I might play that game. I am kind of looking forward to Tomb Raider. Ah! That like spawn lagged the game. I'm with Highland. I was so pissed off. Turn around and buy Black Flag. But I did buy the disc though. Hope everyone has great. Yeah, it's hard, man. That's the thing. You got to pick your battles in life, dude. Like, you shouldn't regret that. You shouldn't feel bad for buying and playing games, you know? Like, that's the thing. It's like, it's a thin line between putting your foot down and enjoying your life. Life is too short. Look around you, man. There's enough turmoil and BS happening in the world. The last thing you should be doing is stressing out about what games you're buying and what companies you're supporting. On one hand, I think that everyone could be a little bit more conscious about where they spend their cash. I think that's a really healthy thing for everyone to think in America, right? You should think, okay, well, if I spend money on this, I'm supporting this company, I'm supporting their values, I'm supporting their business ideas. That's a healthy thing for anybody to think, just generally, right? But dude, if you're going to the store and your favorite game comes out and you want to play your favorite game, dude. Like, play your favorite game. Like, don't put yourself through stress about video games. You got to remember that video games are entertainment. Don't lose sight of the fact that video games are just entertainment first, man. And with our entertainment, we shouldn't be stressing ourselves out about like, oh, well, I better not go buy Sony now. Like, dude, listen, if a game comes out for Sony and you want to play it, then play it. Step right up and try your feet on the Hyrule Hot Foot. It's a mad dash for the finish. Put those feet of yours to the test, fella. I can tell you're fleet of foot. I bet you'll burn up the tracks. The entry fee's 20 rupees. Make it to the finish and you'll get an excellent prize. Huh? Hey, guy. Don't tell me you're planning on racing in those shoes. If you want to win this race, you're going to have to get some proper running boots. I mean, you could still give it a shot if you have faith in those legs of yours. Nah, man. He wants me to get the Pegasus boots. He wants me to get those Peggy boots, baby. We got to get our hands on the Peggy boots. All right, we can't go that way. We might be able to go this way, though. Let's go this way first. Any secrets over here? Hey, okay, we can't do anything with this secret, though. Bum, 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 bum. So yeah, just to be clear, I think that there's a line that gets drawn when it comes to sometimes you gotta just enjoy a game. Pick your battles, enjoy the games, and you know, if I had to give any advice to a casual gamer who wants to do the right thing but also wants to enjoy games, I think the next generation is where you hurt Sony. You want to know the best way I think you can stick it to Sony? Is never upgrading from your PS5. That's probably the best thing you can do as we go forward. It's like, don't ever upgrade the PS5, stay with the PS6, and as long as you can, and try to hold out from having to play the new games as long as you can. Because most PlayStation 6 games are going to be on PlayStation 5, right? Just like PlayStation 4 is still kicking around, right? So I think if you really want to do anything, I think just don't buy into their next console. Probably a good place to start. All right, I need to find the flippers for that dungeon. Let's try going north instead. I don't remember where the flippers are. They might be by the witch's hut like they are in original. I love that this game kind of just throws you in after a while. Like they give you a direction that you need to go, but they, just like A Link to the Past, they kind of let you figure stuff out yourself. I don't think Ravio has his shop yet, so I think I'm waiting still. Hey, welcome back, little hero. Yeah, we don't have our shop yet, so. I What annoys me is FOMO and exclusivity. I know. It's tough. It's tough. That's why, like, that's what they're banking on, right? Like, I had somebody I was watching Bellular and they worded it perfectly, right? It was like there's totally a future. Like this scared me. Like I heard this and this is a little bit doomer, but it scared me. So they were like, here's what Sony's gonna do to people who don't upgrade their PS5. One day, listen, and this is scary, right? Like one day they're gonna lock certain digital games out of your PS5 library. So what they're gonna say is that you're gonna go to your library of games. Let's say you have 30 digital games. And then one day you're gonna wake up and they're gonna be like, you can't play these games anymore. You have to play them on the PS6. So they're in your library and they're staring at you, but they're locked out of your PlayStation 5. And then if you try to avoid this update by never updating your console and just always playing it the way it was before the update, then you can never go online to ever buy a new game, or you can never go online to play with other people. So you're going to have to make a decision. Do you basically brick your PlayStation 5 from the internet and only play stuff you have installed? Or do you update your PlayStation and then you lose access to like 50 of the games from your library because they decided that you can't play these anymore? You realize they have the ability to do that. They could literally just flip a switch and be like, now these games aren't playable on your PlayStation 5. You have to own a PlayStation 6 to play the stuff you bought during the PlayStation 5 era. Like, that's a possibility. like that's like, and they're totally, and like, I think Bellular was the one who suggested that this could happen, and I was like, don't say that, man. Don't do that to us, Bellular. Like, don't make that a reality. I'm back on the Fantasy Life grind. Dude, Fantasy Life is so good. In 100 years, we're going to be around a campfire with a crank-powered TV playing Mario 64. I agree with that. I actually agree with that. I think I see a future where a big chunk of gamers go back to retro only. I was thinking about how I want to do that. Like I sat down and I thought about how many PlayStation 2 games I never played. Right? So like, I don't know about y'all. All right, but let's just use the PlayStation 2 as an example. So total amount of PS2 games, right? There's 4,000 to 4,500 from the AI overview. Let's just take that for now, even though it could be wrong. So let's say there's 4,000 games, all right? You want to know how many of those I've played? Like 30. Like maybe 50. Like maybe 75. Like I was a Nintendo head. So it's like, dude, you could spend the rest of your life just playing retro games. You could just spend the rest of your life exclusively playing super dope retro games. Games that are really amazing, like really amazing masterpiece level games from back in the day. And just like spend your whole life playing old stuff. And once I had that realization, I'm not afraid of the future of gaming, because I will gladly just go crawl into a hole and play World of Warcraft Classic for the rest of my life. Sure, why not? I love World of Warcraft Classic. Sure, why not? I love Wind Waker. I love Majora's Mask. I love Twilight Princess. Like, I could do that easy. Like, sure, why not, dude? It sounds great, actually. You know, it's like, it would suck not to play new games. It would kind of suck not playing new games, but I don't know. Is a new game? What's the definition of a new game? Chat room, what's the proper definition of a new game? So a proper definition of a new game is a game that just released. But let me give you another definition of a new game. A game that's new to you. Is there really a difference between a new game and a game that's new to you? I mean, obviously there is when it comes to the times and technology, but is there really a difference? No, there's not. If it's new, it's new. If it's new to you, it's new. So like the 20, 30,000 probably games I've never played in my life, they're all new to me. Like if you really pause and think about it, like, and we're not even talking about the indie market. You'll notice that I didn't even say Steam or indie. We're not even talking about the indie games. Think about that for a second. So it's like, you know, when things feel bleak, take a pause and remember that gaming will survive. If you're a gamer, you're going to find games to play. And it's not that bad. It seems bad. It's not that bad. They want us to feel like it's bad. Right? Sony wants us eating out of their hands. It's not that bad. It's all about the game's soul. Yeah. You'd like a yellow potion? Did I buy some of milk? I think I bought milk, so I can't afford this. What's up, Jordan Afternoon? The bridge is broken. Some guy just dashed by and jumped it. Though, me, I could never do that. I suppose there's nothing I could do but swim to Zora's domain. What? You say you can't swim? Hey, just like me. We're like brothers. Swimless friend. And you know what? We both can't get to Zora's domain either. Yeah, that's what he thinks. Wait till I blow his mind. Hey, homie. Sucker! What a special ability! That's about as special as they come. All right, let's go get these flippies, baby. Let's go get these flippies, baby. Ow. Let's go get these flippies, baby. And there's a bunch of hack ROMs and awesome people make. Oh yeah, dude, Alfred, what a great thought. So Alfred also likes to remind us that then you have access to all the ROM hacks of our favorite games that basically turn them into new experiences. Forgot about that. If you're a Pokemon fan, you could play ROM hacks for the rest of your life, I think. I think if you're a Pokemon fan, there are enough ROM hacks for Pokemon for the rest of time. And I think the same thing for Super Mario World. Like, you could be playing fan-made content for forever. Youch! Watch where you're going! Wait a second, you're that kid who was giving me the evil eye back in the village. What are you doing in a place like this? Out of my way! So that was a reference because in this game, the queen, please help, somebody help! So in this game, that was a reference because in this game, so for those that don't know the original A Link to the Past, let me give you all some fun lore, alright? Type a 1 in the chat if you've never played A Link to the Past. So, in A Link to the Past, the game starts and the castle is under siege, and your uncle goes to protect the Princess Zelda. Your uncle. He says, stay home. It's a stormy night. The storm is brewing. Well, you wake up because you hear a voice. Zelda calls to you telepathically, and she says, help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope. So you get out of bed, and you head to the castle. As you get to the castle, you find that you cannot enter. And you have to find a secret entrance. And you go into a secret entrance to get to the castle. And as you fall into the secret entrance, you find your uncle laying there, dead. On his last breath, he hands you his sword. He hands you his shield, and he says, it's up to you, Link. And dies in front of you, tragically. This is how A Link to the Past starts. From there, you go through what Uncle was trying to do, and you get into the castle, you save Princess Zelda, and you bring her out of the dungeon of the castle. At this point, the game sort of begins, and you get sent on a quest to get 3 pearls, 3 pendants, so that you can take on the evil wizard Agnihim, who is threatening Hyrule. But here's the cool part. Agnihim takes over the castle during this process. And all of the castle guards turn on Link. So, throughout the whole game of A Link to the Past, the guards, the royal guards, are fighting you. You're being attacked by all of the royal guards because they all think you're a bad guy. Because the dude, the king of the, like, Agnihim is running them. He's controlling them. He's put a spell on them, whatever. So you're running through the game and you're being attacked constantly from the royal guard. And also there are thieves running around. And the thieves, what they do is they bump into you and they knock a bunch of stuff out of your inventory and they pick it up. And then if you don't, like, it's gone. Like, you can't, some of them you can't even fight, right? Like, there's a thief, usually you can fight them and get their items back, right? They run into you, they bump you, you drop your stuff, you kill them, you get your stuff back. I think you can lose some stuff in the exchange. But there's one blonde hair thief in town, and if you try to get close to him, he runs away from you. I think he's blonde. He might be. Anyways, there's a thief in town that he runs away from if you try to get close to him. But if you have the Pegasus boots, you can catch him. And if you catch him, he like gives you an item. So there's like a little bit of lore in that yellow-haired shady guy is basically a reference to the guys who used to steal from you, the NPCs that used to steal from you in A Link to the Past. So isn't that kind of cool? There's a lot of that going on in this game. There's a lot of this going on in this game. Like a ton of little references and stuff to the original game. A ton of little Easter eggs all over the place. It's really, really cool. And that's why he bumped into me. Oh my lord. I didn't think I was gonna see a Mama Zora. I forgot about it. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. This is what I sounded like this morning. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. The queen is in a sea of trouble. We gotta do something. But what? That guy doesn't even know all the trouble you just caused. Sounds like she has a bad case of heartburn. It's getting worse by the second. I can't believe that guy just came in and stole the smooth gem right from under our gills. That finless jerk probably thought it was just a sparkly thing, but the queen needs it to contain her power. Without that smooth gem, our queen will keep... Wow, I know that all too well. Seems like she has my metabolism. I eat, I gain 5 pounds. She'll keep bloating up. But our poor queen, we've got to get that smooth gem back or else. That smooth gem is rarer than rare. Someone could get a high price for that. If anyone is going to make off with that stone, we should have done it first. God, what am I thinking? Can't let the queen hear that sort of talk. You must have seen that guy run out with the queen's smooth gem, right? We've got to get it back. Stranger, if you see a big gleaming golden gemstone, bring it back right here. I'm sure you'd get a nice reward. Please, stranger, can you get the smooth gem back? We've got to get it back in her pool before all is lost. She looks constipated. Sounds like a 6-year-old me playing Hot Wheels. That's good. I like that. That made me laugh. All right, we got to find the thief. I'm imagining he went back to town to hawk it, right? So let's teleport back to the sanctuary here. But maybe not. He could have just like walked out. He could just be like right in the area. So yeah, look at now we have the guards attacking us again. Because whatever's going on, the guards still think we're bad guys. I don't know why the guards are attacking you in this game. Oh, because the castle has already been taken over. Yeah, duh. We can't even go in the castle right now, yeah. I guess it's like a similar vibe. And this used to be the thieves' hideout. Oh, silver rupee. That's a fat selection of cash there. Getting a lot of rupees in this game is nice because you can buy the weapons permanently and not just rent them. Maybe Ravio's got the gem because Ravio is like a salesman. We might want to go to him. Oh, here it is. He just, it was here. My instinct told me correctly. So he sold it to this guy. All right, for 200 rupees. Look at that. This game robs you blind. I wonder if you could have said no and like maybe gotten him to talk the deal down a little bit, maybe. All right, and let's get the ability to warp here. So fun fact, in A Link to the Past, they also had weather vanes and they also had the option to warp, but it was actually a quest. So you had to find this tragic tale of a boy who like dies and you had to get his flute. Oh, here's the thief. What, you again? You banged into me at Zora Cave. So see, you see him running away from you in town? I told you, like, they love their little Easter eggs. Look, it's so cool. Look. See, I don't have the boots, so I can't catch him. So yeah, in the original, you had to go through this little mini quest where you had to say this boy that dies, you had to like dig up his old flute, and then you could learn songs for the flute. And the song you could learn was the ability to warp around the map. And this little bird would come and grab you and you would fly. So in this game, instead, they added this whole witch thing and this whole plot line that has to do with this witch, which is a weird reference to a Link's Awakening. Was it Ocarina of Time? Sorry, Oracles of Ages? Right, chat? Wasn't it Oracles of Ages that had the witch and the ring? Yeah, and the rings. Yep. So weirdly enough, them adding the witch to this game just instantly makes me think of the Oracles games. I always thought that was an interesting decision. What up, Silver Blink? Good to see you, dude. Ow. 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 Wait, stranger, do you have the Queen's Smooth Gem? Throw it in the pool, hurry! Do you want to throw the Smooth Gem into the pool? Throw it in. So here's another little reference for y'all. I could talk about this all day. So, you want to know what was originally behind this waterfall? It was a pool that was empty that contained a fairy. And if you threw an item into the pool, a mystical fairy would offer you something in return, and it was usually an upgrade. You could throw the boomerang in and get an upgraded boomerang, your shield to get an upgraded shield, and all sorts of little goodies. So it's weird because instead they kept the waterfall, they kept the position, and they even kept the idea of throwing an item into a pool. They kept all of that, but instead now it's a Zora queen who's constipated. But they kept like the concept of everything, right? That's why I said earlier, this game walks this weird thin line between remake and like reimagining and like a sequel, right? It's like a weird remake, reimagining sequel of the original. It's kind of all three at once. It's really weird. What's up, nurse? The queen! The bloating is stopped! Are you the one who helped me? Thanks to you, I'm free of my pool. That was all rather undignified. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Orin, Queen of the Zoras. I don't know how I came to rely on that troublesome smooth gem, but I do need it, so I thank you deeply. I am filled with gratitude. Please take these, won't you? We got the Zora's flippers. Time to jump in with both feet. Press A to dive and press B to swim faster. They will allow you to swim and dive, so you may travel the rivers and roam the lakes. But my Zoras do consider that their territory. So while I tell them to get along with people, I have to admit they just don't listen. So be careful out there. So they had to quickly justify why I'm going to get attacked. Justify why I'm about to get attacked by her fellow kin. While I do tell them what to do, they don't listen very well. Alright, we're off to the potential wind temple. Oh, got a little secret cave here. What's up in here? Heart piece? Don't mind if I do. Big Booba Fairy? Where? Where? cruising and taking my time, turning into a painting. All right, let's go see if we can go under the bridge from A Link to the Past. You guys down? Let's go see if they still have the under the bridge cutscene from A Link to the Past. They gotta still have the under the bridge cutscene, right? Do they still have the warps that you can warp in? I don't remember if the warps are gone or not. All right, I don't remember which bridge it is. I think it's a bridge closer to the castle. Oh, Ravio? What's Ravio doing here? His grand opening. Oh, nice. So we had to do that to get the Ravio quest line going. Now we can finally go buy stuff at Ravio's shop. All right, let's go see if we can go to the castle real quick and find that bridge. It actually would be easier to go this way. Yo, what up, Ghost Face Killer? Good to see you, dude. Hope you're doing all right. Can't go that way. Back up. All right, here's the bridge. This is the bridge that's supposed to have a secret. Let's go. I think it might. I don't know what they did with it in this game. I don't remember. It could be like a warp point, and we haven't unlocked warp points yet. Yeah, it could be a warp point, and we haven't unlocked it, so it doesn't matter. They have a place for us to stand here so that we could do this. But I don't know why you would want to do this. Yeah, I think that's useless. All right, anyways. That might be a bomb spot for like a cave. Because we don't have bombs yet. You used to have the 3DS that this game came with. I would have been sad I sold that too. Yeah. Yeah. Link to the Past. What gives? I was playing with those birds. You don't like my feathered friends? I like birds. The joyful way they fly around always lifts my spirits. I'd love to just fly once. You need something? Let's talk. You want to know why they're doing this? Because in A Link to the Past, you would go under the bridge and you would find a guy, a hobo, sleeping, and he would give you a bottle. So the reason they were like, what do you want? Because they know that you played A Link to the Past and you're sitting here expecting a bottle, right? You're expecting this guy to give you something. So he's like, what do you want, dude? And they're like, you want to just talk? Like, it's real. They're so weird about this. You came to such an out-of-the-way place to chat with me? You know, this bottle washed up here a little ways back, and now you came on by. Exciting day for me. Too much excitement, I got to admit. I like things to stay nice and simple. Just me and the birds here. So do me a favor. Take this bottle with you. It'll do my nerves good. All right, nice. Got our second bottle. Sick. Such a stupid little interaction. Let's talk to him again real quick. The world above, up on the bridge, I'm glad to let it all go right on by. Less I have to do with, the better. Yeah, tell him, dude. Tell him, dude. You don't care about the world above him on that bridge? Screw that. Screw that, dude. Screw that. We don't care about that. All right, let's go get the weather vane so we can warp back here, and then let's head to freaking Ravio and finally get that wind rod, and we're doing our first dungeon. Now, I wonder, do you even have the option to do the other dungeon yet? You might. I always do this dungeon first. I'd like to maybe try to do a different dungeon first. All right, let's go back to Ravio's. He doesn't care about the gaming world above him. He has his crank TV and N64. That's right. That's going to be me when I get older. All right, Ravio's took over our house, and now it's Ravio's shop. Welcome back. This is where the game really opens up. You see this? I still haven't found anywhere else to stay, so I spruced things up in here. I've made it a nice little shop for myself. Pretty great, isn't it? So I take it things didn't go as planned? But the item I lent you came in handy, right? You know, there's actually plenty more where that came from. Ravio's all about helping heroes. And the way things are going, I think you're going to need my help. Ravio, where am I supposed to sleep? My thoughts exactly. You know what they say, you wash my ears, I'll wash yours. Is that what they say? How about you rent me your house and I'll rent you lots of items? Then it's a deal. I mean, it's not like you ever come here, right? All right, then here's how my shop works. I rent a wide range of items and weapons. And the rental period, that's the best part. You keep the rentals for a long time, specifically until the next time you fall in battle, which might never happen, right? Sure, you look tough. But if you do fall in battle, my pal Shiro here will swoop in and collect my property. Right? Just like that. Swoop in and collect my stuff while you just lie there. So, you see anything you want? I've got plenty of gear besides the bow. If you find anything you'd like, just walk up to it and press A. So now this is where the game opens up. You see? So now I have the choice of all of these different weapons. And I can take any of them and I can do anything I want. I saw some hammer spots, I can go hammer stuff. Get the boomerang, go do boomerang stuff. Get the fire rod, go do fire rod stuff. Get the ice rod, go do ice rod stuff. All right, we know that we need this for a dungeon. Go get some bombs, go do some secret hunting. Don't got the shovel yet, we'll get that later. So it's cool, it's really neat how they handle this game. So this is why this game is technically open world. Right, it's technically an open world game, even though it's somewhat linear. This is exactly what Echoes of Wisdom did, what Tears of the Kingdom did a little bit, and what I'm hoping most future Zeldas do. While I love open world and open air Zelda, I do prefer handcrafted dungeons that not only that are set up in a way where it allows the developers to truly create tough, you know, dungeons, to truly to commit to that dungeon crawling. So I think that's what Ocarina Remake's going to be like. Wow. I think Ocarina Remake is going to be a little bit more open world than we remember, but just a little. Yeah, Tor's shutting down. It would be super cool if they do a permanent version of Tor, just like they did with Pocket Camp. I don't think they will, but that would be really cool. How does he recollect the bomb if I die? What's up, Alpha? Good to see you, man. How's lunch going? What's up, Bookworm Maya? Hearty welcomes in the chat.
I didn't do it, or maybe I did. Whatever. I'm sorry either way.
Runaway item seller. Who are you? Did my wife send you to find me? I sealed up the opening nice and tight. There wasn't even a crack. So how did you get in here? You're not here to bring me back to the village, are you? Then how about helping me out with something? I mean, is it too much trouble? Sure. Really? So here's the thing. I run an item shop in Kakariko Village. Or I did, until I wasted almost all of my profits on something dumb. Well, it didn't seem dumb at first. I bought an apple from the street merchant outside my shop. It looked so tasty, I gave him almost every rupee I had. But you do the same thing, right? Never. Okay. That's cool. Anyways, how about that apple? I ate it right away, and it was the best apple ever. Worth every rupee for sure. Unfortunately, my wife didn't see things that way. She really let me have it. And wow, how my wife can yell when she thinks she's right. I guess she was right. It was most of our savings after all. So, and I'm not proud of this. So when I took a lunch break, I just sort of didn't come back. See, that's my sad story. Could happen to anyone, right? Only you. You sound just like my wife. You've got life all figured out, don't you? I've been thinking that I've got to hide myself away until I get it all sorted out. Maybe in some secluded dungeon, but I know those places are dangerous without the right gear. Like a scoot fruit. Yeah, I need one of those before I go. Please give me one. All right, we can go buy a scoot fruit for this guy. He said, so one day I just went to lunch and I never came back. So one day I just like kind of went to lunch and I just never came back, dude. I didn't know what to do. Why is that so funny, actually? I know so many people that can say that about a job. All right, let's go unlock the collectibles in this world, because I think we could start collecting now. So this game has a big collectible hunt, just like the Link's Awakening. And they're my.
Oh my, what business have you with Mother My?
Forgive me if my spirits aren't flying so high. We were on a great voyage through all the worlds, my tykes and I. Then I lost sight of my little my, all 100 of my babies, by and by. Could you find all of them? You'll hear my children crying, calling for their mother my. Of course, thanks, Mother my finds you quite a kind child. Here, take this, it'll help you know if my tykes are nearby. Oh yes, upon the my map, you could surely rely. Go on, tap the my map icon in your touchscreen. Those numbers tell you how many of my little my are in each area, at least until you rescue some, and then it'll tell you how many are left. Now please, go and search for all my my. They call out with such a cute chirping sound, yet they must be so sad, missing their mother my. Okay. Worst part about being self-employed is there's no pot pooping on company time. Yeah, I know. True. Bum, 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 bum. All right, we got bombs. Let's take... Ow. Let's take bombs around and go blow up some secrets. Oh, I'm almost dead. Yikes. If I die, he's going to take the bombs back from me. And then I have to go spend 50 more gold to rent them. That's the punishment in this game. If you die, you have to go rent your items again. It sucks. Did you see what Concerned Ape shared yesterday? No, I haven't. What did he say? Yeah, open progression. Right, this game is somewhat open progression. Oh, my. Can't get that one yet. Ow, stop. Scarlet SV, sorry, Stardew Valley. I wanted to read that as Scarlet and Violet. Stardew Valley crochet book. That's dope. That's really dope. That's really, really cool. I know like 4 people already instantly that would love that. Ooh, little mini dungeon. What's up? Treasure hunter? Now, how's all this going to work? That block's moving between there and there. Gotta time it right. Yeah, then that treasure will be mine. All right, can we do this yet? We might need an item to do this. Oh, okay. I need to merge. We're doing merging. We're merging. I'm merging. I'm merging. Gotta get some rupees. Gotta get some rupees. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na. Gotta grab some rupees. Gotta grab some free hearts. Now, how's all this gonna work? Step on the floor switch. All right, buddy. I don't know what you're talking about. Woohoo! Around the world, around the world. I wasn't supposed to go this way. All right. Ooh. Go, go, go. All right, now we go back this way. Then we go this way. All right. Wait, that doesn't help. Oh, wait, hold on a second. I need to get up. Okay, okay, okay. I think I see. I need to get... how does one get up? I don't want to jump down here. Oh, okay, hold on. Nice. Nice, here we go. Such a derpy version of Link. Okay, I think we have to go from here all the way across the building. Yeah, here we go. All right, let's go get those rupees real quick. What up, Dreamy Gamer? Nice! We got the treasure! I need to get a new mouse because I boiled mine last night. What brand do you recommend? I just use a super cheap Logitech mouse. The G30 because it's just so affordable. I haven't felt like I've needed another mouse in years. I always just go back and buy it again because it's always so cheap and affordable. And I tend to be a little bit rough with my mice, so I don't like to buy expensive mice because I destroy them. Like the last time I bought an expensive mouse and it had these weights that you put into it and all this real fancy stuff, right? And I was like, oh yeah, I'm a gamer now. Dude, I destroyed the mouse in like 3 months. It was gone. It just stopped working because I pressed my mouse buttons way too hard. I press my mouse buttons, like, the harder I press them, the, like, more effective my attacks are. So I actually get, like, the cheapest mice possible, always. Alright, so we don't have the power bracelet, so I don't think we can go up here. Can we go up here without the power bracelets? I don't think we can. And I think bracelets have to be found in a dungeon. He doesn't sell... Ravio doesn't sell bracelets. So I don't think we have the option to go to the Tower of Hera. Unfortunately, I think we have to go to the Wind Temple first. Wait, what's this? Rasso. Oh, these rocks! Real pain in the neck! Oh, nice. This guy might give me my stuff. Never mind. Huh? A customer? Hey, you're that kid who works for the blacksmith, right? Decided you've had enough of that place, huh? Here to be my apprentice, maybe. Just joking. I wouldn't do that to your master. What? No, I want to be your apprentice. What? I was on the mountain mining ore when all of a sudden the earth started shaking. When I got home, the place was a wreck. Rocks everywhere. You see outside? I'll be busting my back for days to clean up that mess. At least picking up rocks and smashing the things feels pretty good. Wish they were full of good ore, though. What? You want to try too? Rah! Feels good smashing stuff. Huh? Can't do it? Sorry to hear it. Can't stand to see a nice kid like you not be able to throw your weight around. Here, take this. It's a hand-me-down from yours truly. You got the power glove. Now you can pick up small rocks. You'll feel tough with that on your mitt. Ought to be able to pick up rocks, smaller ones anyways. And if you get to smashing and just can't stop yourself, well, there's a whole bunch of them outside. Just a joke. That's all. I wouldn't really tell you to do all my work out there. Still, if you do, who am I to stop you? Now, these rocks aren't gonna clean themselves up. Back to it. And tell old smithy master of yours I said hello. Yeah. I mean, them rocks. Let's see. Do. All right, we don't have the hammer. Can't go in there. All right, let's clean this house. Let's clean this dude's yard. He helped us. We're gonna help him. He helped us. We're gonna help him, dude. A Link Between Worlds I think is a better game than A Link to the Past. I could see that take. I think this game is a lot more accessible to play. And in that sense, I think it's almost even more fun. When you just like judge the game based off of fun, I think A Link Between Worlds is a blast. I think A Link to the Past, because it's so old, it gets a little bit gutter sometimes. It gets a little grindy. It gets a little like hard, gets a little difficult. And I think that is the difference. Whereas A Link Between Worlds is just fun the whole way through, right? Even if it gets a little difficult, it's always just so much fun. I feel like A Link to the Past sometimes gets tedious, right? Like A Link to the Past is one of those older games that sometimes gets like a little tedious. And you're playing and you're just like, oh, this sucks. Every once in a while, you have a this sucks moment in A Link to the Past. You don't ever have a this sucks moment in this game. It's just good fun the whole time. Where all those darn rocks go? Oh, you went ahead and did the job for me. Gotta thank you for that. Oh, I didn't realize I was gonna get loot. Yo, sick. I was just being a good Samaritan. Wait, what? Sick, dude. I was just being a good guy. Nice. Got paid for cutting his lawn. Well, I guess de-bouldering his lawn. All right, now we can probably go to Death Mountain and do the Tower of Hera first, which I would much prefer to do because I always do the Wind Temple first because it's so much easier to get to, but I've never done this first. So I've played this game 2 times, and both times I did the Wind Temple first. So why not mix it up? All right, we can't go in that direction. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, I played this game back in 2015, a couple years after its release. And then I played this game again on stream back in like 2021. Guess what? We don't have those VODs. I only have 2 episodes of like 4. Somehow I lost like half the playthrough. And that's one of the reasons why we put it on the list for the Zelda Marathon 2 years ago. Was this game deserves another run through so that we actually have the VOD saved, right? And like we can actually like enjoy this playthrough and go back and watch it and stuff. I forgot how much of a nightmare, turn this down a little bit. Forgot how much of a nightmare Death Mountain is. Whoopsie. Can I bomb these? Wow, I can bomb these. I had no idea. Wow, that's just straight cash. Nice. And I can kill these guys with bombs. I didn't even think about that. Nice. I can get rid of these rock boys. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, apparently you can kill rock boys. I didn't even think of that. Yeah, I didn't even know. You could just straight murder rock boys with bombs. I think Tektites might be my least favorite enemies in the Zelda franchise. Maybe not my least favorite, but it's definitely on my list. If you're a Zelda fan, what is one or maybe a couple of your least favorite monsters to fight in Zelda? I think that Tektites are probably on my top list of enemies that I just hate fighting in Zelda. All the way back to Zelda 1. They suck in Zelda 1, they suck in Zelda 2, they suck in Zelda 3, they suck in every Zelda. They suck in 3D Zelda, they suck in 2D Zelda. Tektites suck. Gloom Hands, Dark Nuts in Zelda 1. The Dark Nuts in Zelda 1 are brutal, dude. I hate the dark. Wiz Robes in Zelda 1 made me want to cry. Wiz Robes in Zelda 1 made me want to absolutely cry. Grown man tears. The Keeses are pretty annoying. Yeah. Yo, what up, Calco? Nice. I'm happy that my headache has subsided a bit here. I had a pretty rough headache today, but my headache has subsided. So I'm feeling a bit better. It's not all the way gone, but it's getting there.
It's my birthday. Woo.
I'm able to keep up a chat a little bit better. The caterpillar things in A Link to the Past. Oh yeah, dude. You're talking about Moldorves or whatever they're called. Mini Moldorves or whatever. Okay, can't go in there. Can't go get that loot. That's fine. I'm gonna put a bomb here. And we got a resubscription from Gingy Ginger. Yo, hit that bangerang and welcome to the show, dude. Thank you, man. Where's this? Okay, 2 different caves. All right, if we go down for this Mau Mau, do we go down there for this? We do. 100%. 100%. Danger, don't fall. Thanks. Danger, don't fall. It's actually true, because if you fall down here, you have to go all the way through the cave again. So actually, fair danger warning. Actually, fair danger warning here. I think I had this game for 3DS, but I've never played it. Now I have to double check. You should. It's good. It's a good game. If you're a decent Zelda fan and you want to try something out, I would check this game out. It's super approachable. It's a lot of fun. It's got a cute little story. All right, we got a game of Plinko here. We got a game of Plinko here. All right, now we got to go back and see what we missed, though. There's got to be some loot around here, right? Oh, we can't get across that. All right, so I don't think we missed any loot. Let's go. Ow. Ow. You've been here for 7 years? 7 years, dude? Holy heck. Is that what 84 months is? I don't know how to do math. That's crazy. Wait, is your birthday? Is your birthday coming up, dude? Wait, is your birthday coming up, Gingy? All right, more Plinko. More Plinko. Whoa. Thank you. Don't mind if I do. Ah. Ah! Don't die, don't die, don't die, don't die, don't die, don't die. I can't jump against that wall. Don't die, don't die, don't die, don't die, don't die. I think you could go the other way though here. I think we found the right exit, the correct exit. God, my 21 is crazy. Someone tried to stab someone at my party and a lot of cars' windows were smashed. I turned 37 today. What? Is somebody making jokes? Oh, I see the kappa at the end of Cozy's message. Okay. Dude, I didn't realize we were the exact same age, dude. What the heck, man? What's up, Gingy, dude? Happy birthday. Can we get some birthday love in the chat for Gingy Ginger? Homie's been with me for so long here on Twitch. Yours is next week, BC. Birthday love in the chat for the homie. All right, looks like we need hammer for this. All right, we need hammer for this dungeon. We need wind for the other. Let's go rent the hammer and let's go through the Tower of Hera. First, let's go explore over here, though. First, we must explore. First, we must... Oh, we need hookshot. All right, exploring's done. Let's go explore. Okay, we're done. You know what fills my soul? When a streamer sounds excited to see me in chat, it gives me the warm fuzzies. It's my unbirthday today. Have a very, very happy unbirthday to you, to who, to you, to you. To me, to you, to me, to you. All right, hammer it is. Hammer time. Bum, 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 bum. Now, it'll be smart. We're not going to rent the tornado rod as well, because we could lose it. It's on sale though. We're gonna wait. I'm gonna grab the hook shot and we're gonna lose. If we die, we lose everything, right? So it sucks a little bit, but I'm gonna spend the cash because there's a secret up here that I want to pursue with the hook shot. Sounds like the rabbit from Alice in Wonderland. Dude, I like that. Sometimes the voice acting can be fun. Can't touch this. Thanks for the B-Day wishes. Yeah, any plans for your 37th birthday, dude? My 21st birthday, I told my buddies I didn't feel like going out and I didn't want to go do the whole 21st birthday thing, right? So, because I'm a hipster and I don't ever do the thing that other people do. So instead, what I did is I said, if y'all want to come and celebrate my birthday with me, you can come to my house. Because what did I do? I went and I grabbed the 6-pack from the store and I told my homies that you know where to find me. And that's what I did for my 21st. I was like, you know where to find me. I'm buying a 6-pack. I'm hanging out at the house. You know where to find me. Ooh, lions. And a couple people came over. We hung out. We played some video games. And that was it. That was my 21st. You should know that, like, I was never like a party guy. So for me, the best way to spend my 21st birthday was on my own terms. I don't want to be out at the club. 3 hearts. Ah! All right. Well, better drink this milk real quick. And we're out of here. We're not fighting those guys. Those guys are a little too much. We ain't fighting those dudes. We outie. We ain't fighting those dudes. We outie. Show him who's boss? No way, man. I don't want to lose all my rentals. All right, dungeon number 2, y'all. The Tower of Hera. Let's go. So this dungeon's super interesting. Not only does it have the classic Tower of Hera mechanics, so this is a direct reference to the Tower of Hera and how it's very focused on these red-blue switches, but this one adds this really fun little twist to it, right? Where you stand on these and it bounces you up. And that's how you get to the next floors. It's really cool. And that's this dungeon's gimmick. Like, watch, I go to the next floor here. Isn't that cool? Isn't that cool? Wow. So now we're up here. And this is where Kerbu was saying, if you actually play this game in 3D, the way they set it up is like you can see all the way down through the 3D. It's like real cool. This game is a visual treat, even without 3D. It's just a visual treat on how they set the dungeons up, and they send you up here, and you see the floor behind. Like it's just such a visual treat. It's so cool. Do 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 do. All right, we need to go hit the red switch. Switch it to blue here. All right, and then we missed this little secret here. Which, one of my favorite things about what this game does a lot of is this game does a lot of the you go outside in the dungeon. This game does a lot of you can go outside of the dungeon while you're going through the dungeon, right? There's like a lot of that. It's real cool. I actually really like when Zelda games do that. Some of my favorite dungeons in Zelda games are when you go in and out of the dungeon. I think it's cool. All right. Bum 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 bum. Do 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 do. This is a 3DS game originally. I'm playing it on emulation. We are hoping that it comes to the Nintendo Switch one day. We are hoping. This game's a pretty good candidate for a port. This is why I say that. Wait, oh, I'm such a boob. Whoops. Boop. Bon appetit. Heading to grab lunch. See you guys later. See you later, Dr. Peppy. What's up, Kate Zilla? Happy birthday from YouTube chat. Oh, that was very kind of you, Kate. Thank you. I see. I'm just a big baby, and this is it doesn't. I'm just the biggest. I'm just the biggest baby. I wasn't thinking with portals. You gotta think with portals. This game has that portal effect where You have to wrap your head around the fact that you can climb on walls. Like, it's very got that Portal effect. You got to think with portals the whole time you're playing the game. It's good. It's good though. Like, it's a very good thing. We want that right there. Okay, let's go. Like, this game really has some out-of-the-box puzzles, because there's no Zelda game that ever has you thinking this way. The same way that Tears of the Kingdom slowly but surely got you to taught you to think with Ascend and to think with Recall, right? And like that's what makes Tears of the Kingdom so unique, right? It has you thinking in a way that you never thought before in a Zelda game. And that's what this game does really well. You just I slipped. Nice. A little bit of goofy platforming. Can't you take this all the way around? Doesn't it keep going? And it shows you that there's a chest out here. Yep. Dang it. Now I have to ride it all the way around again, because I was too curious for my own good. Frick! I like when Link just like looks around. Like, I like when like you're looking at Link on the wall and he's just kind of like, what do you want from me? He's so derpy. Bam, bam, bam. Do 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 do. Stop it. Stop it. The sound when you pop on the wall sounds like my old MSN notification. It's blowing my mind. That's funny. We got a blue boopy. We got a blue boopy. No. Okay, calm down with that nonsense. I need to pause real quick. I hate it. I never can find the perfect temperature. I turn the AC off because I'm too cold in my office, and then I instantly get warm, and then I turn the AC back on, and then I instantly get cold, and it's like, dude, what I want is I should just turn the AC on full blast and then wear winter clothing. That's how to be a real American. Ah, the diagonal tricked me up there. All right, just rupees down there. There might be a secret though. Secret, 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 secret. Nope, 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 nope. Back, 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 back. Gotta wait for my recharge. I'm always under a blanket when the AC's on. Same, but like it's hard with stream because the top half of my body gets warm because of all the lights, and then the bottom half of my body gets cold because of like the AC. But if I put a blanket on, then like it adds to the warmth of the top half of my body while I'm streaming. So then like I get warm. It's just the thing. You gotta Professor Exit and wear the blanket on your legs. I know. That's what I usually do. Yeah, like my mode when I'm streaming. My mode when I'm streaming is or when I'm not streaming is very much blanket on the legs. He needs more blankets. He needs less. Wait, what is this? What is this?
He has too many blankets.
Fewer blankets! I'm hot and cold at the same time!
He needs more blankets and he needs less blankets.
I'm afraid you're right.
I'm afraid you're right. Yeah, pretty much my whole life, dude. He needs more blankets and less blankets. I'm afraid you're right. Hey, what's up, Kate? Nicholas? Good to see you back in here, Kate. How you doing today? Do-do-do, do-do-do, do-do-do. Do-do-do, do-do-do, do-do-do. And then I beeped, and I booped, and I beeped. And then I booped, and I beeped, and beeped some more. Because when I boop and I beep and I boop. Slept in, now I'm here. Nice. Nice. The monster guts will come in handy later. For now, let's just hold on to them. All right, there's a secret door down here. My map is showing me a secret doorway over here. What's up with that? What's up with that? How do I get to this secret doorway, dude? What the heck? I have bombs, but I don't feel like bomb's the answer here. It's not. Yeah, I didn't think so. What do you want me to do here? How does one get into the secret room? What if I wanna be in that room? It's a secret room I wanna be in. How does one get in the secret room? Our chatter, counterintuitive, forgot his corn dogs. I couldn't think of a more tragic fate of a corn dog: to not be eaten, to not be enjoyed. What an unusual fate. Oh, we just had to go outside. Nice. We just had to go outside. That's how you get the secrets we missed. No, no, come back. No! The Link screams. No, wait, come back. I messed up. No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. We're good. We're good. We're good. Go over here. Grab the chest below me. I know it's here. Don't try to fool me. Nice. And we trek back. All right. No. Wait. No! That's a thing that happened. Oh, just like traditional Tower of Hera, we're on like floor. We're on like floor 7. Just like traditional Tower of Hera, it's massive. I just gotta be patient. All right, I gotta wait. We're waiting. We're waiting. Boing hop. Oh, I suck. All right, this is how we're gonna go out. We're gonna die this way. Boing hop. Uh-oh. You never like when a door locks behind you. Oh! The classic tile puzzle. I should have known. Oh, and a secret fairy room below it. Hey, yo. They're still warm? They're still warm! Let's go! The corn dogs are saved! I was sweating there for a second. I don't know about y'all. No, for real though. Enjoy your lunch. I'm just being goofy. I'm just being goofy. Ah! Oh, these guys suck. Malachi wasn't wrong. These are probably some of the worst enemies in the Zelda universe. Ugh, they suck. Boing hop. Ugh, I almost fell. You see that? That was goofy. Whoa, that sent me flying. Ow. These little bouncy dudes are the worst. I hate these little bouncy enemies. But I guess it wouldn't be Link to the Past without them. It really wouldn't be. Okay, we have two sides. We have a boss door and then a chest. We gotta go for the boss. We gotta go for the chest first, then the boss door. When they put the dungeon key right across from the dungeon door, it's like, why? Why did you do that? Why did you put the dungeon key next to the boss door? Why did you put the boss door? Why did you put a lock on the boss door if you were going to put the key next to it? Very classic Zelda stuff sometimes. Zelda puzzles are weird. It's like, oh, it's the first dungeon. We'll go easy on you. We'll go easy on you. You know, that like, it's the first dungeon. We'll go easy on you. Technically the second, but not very secure. Yeah. All right, boss time. Let's go, y'all. So what's the original boss of the Tower of Hera? It's the Molduga. It's the large Molduga. Right? Yeah, I think so. Let's see what it is this time. I don't remember. Yeah, here it is. Not Molduga, Moldorf. Sorry, I'm calling it a Molduga from Breath of the Wild. Mini Moldorf. This is not the mini version. All right, so we used to call this thing the hamburger. So this thing's also known as the hamburger. Yep, you guys got it. This thing's also known as the hamburger in A Link to the Past. Just a big old burger. Got him. All right, he gets faster and faster. The difference is that in A Link to the Past, when you do this fight, there's a lot more space to fall off. However, there's not death traps below you. So the difference is that in A Link to the Past, you do the same fight in A Link to the Past, but there's a hole in the middle and everything. But it's a lot easier to fall off the edges as well. What I'm trying to say is this arena's a little bigger, but here's the key. But in A Link to the Past, below the character, down there, it's just, you just fall and you have to walk back up. But in this version, if you fall down there, there's a good chance you're going to get hit by a bunch of stuff. So they almost made the fight more challenging, weirdly enough. But then all of a sudden it's easier because I was just able to stun him. There was no stunning in the original. But it's still scary. All right, one more. Here we go. Hyper mode. It's a Krabby Patty now. It's a Krabby Patty now. It's a pretty patty. I'm so afraid. One hit left. I should jump down and get the hearts. I'm gonna go get the hearts. I don't want a Geo here. I feel like I could hit him without taking a hit. I feel like I could do this without taking another hit, but like I was scared. No, he has another hit. Never mind. Okay. You got a heart container. Your maximum heart increases by 1 and your hearts are replenished. Sick. You got the Pendant of Power. It makes you feel, well, powerful. That's funny. A heart-shaped bowl. So, fun fact, if we take a look at the map of the game here, so in the original A Link to the Past, where we are right now was the third temple in a series of 3 temples at the beginning of the game. Temple 1 was the Eastern Palace, over on the right side of the map. You can't see my mouse, but here I'll use the pins. So this is where, this right here was the first temple in the game. The second temple was actually in the desert. And the third temple was in the Tower of Hera on Death Mountain. And then you go to the castle, you fight the wizard, and then you find out that the game's actually just beginning. And Ganon's actually behind all of this. And you get sent into the Shadow Realm, into the Spirit Realm, into the whatever they call it. The realm of, why can't I remember the name of it? Anyways, so you get sent into this other realm, and it's essentially the Dark World. So, in A Link to the Past, you go to the Dark World, and then you have 7 crystals you have to find, and you have to do 7 more dungeons, right? Or like 6 more dungeons. So all of a sudden, it goes from being a game with 3 dungeons to 7 dungeons, right? Like 6 more dungeons, and you realize the game is massive, and it's way bigger than you could have ever expected, right? And you absolutely just like just lose it, right? Like the first time I ever discovered that there was a whole nother half of the game, like that the first 3 dungeons were nothing but a third of the game, if that, like a fourth. In A Link to the Past, you freak out. So the reason I brought this up is because they actually changed it up. Look at this. They gave us the first pearl from Princess Zelda. Then they gave us the choice of 2 temples. The temple in the Tower of Hera that was similar to Link to the Past, but in a Link to the Past, you don't go down here ever until way later. You don't go down to this area until the second chunk of the game. And then there's a temple down here. It's the Ice Temple. So it's real weird because this is, again, where this game starts to become a sequel and not a remake. Because while they did send you to the Tower of Hera, they do not send you to the desert. You do get sent to the Eastern Palace. So you do the Eastern Palace, you do the tower, but you don't go to the desert. The desert is saved until later in this game. And instead, you go to the Wind Temple, which is a newly established temple that was not even in A Link to the Past, for your second charm. So this is where this game starts to deviate from A Link to the Past. And I just kind of want to talk about it a little bit because I find it really fascinating that we go to 2 of the 3 locations that you go to in A Link to the Past, but not the third. They did make a point to say, let's not have it be a complete copy. And I appreciate that. I like that. I think that they did a good job with this, right? So now we get to head down to the Wind Temple, but first we have to make a stop. First we have to make a stop down at Ravio's shop, and we have to go get our wind staff. So let's go. Boom, boom, boom. And then there is some secrets and stuff we could go around with the hammer and unlock, but we could do all that stuff later. A warm welcome to you, Mr. Hero. Today's special is a tornado rod. Yep. So the game gives you deals so that you don't have to grind too hard for the stuff that you technically need for like the next dungeons, which is nice. And like I said, eventually you can actually come and you can fully purchase the rentals, but he doesn't give you that option until later. So as the game progresses, you eventually get the option to fully purchase the items from him for a lot of rupees, and you don't have to play the rental game anymore. And then here's one of the game's Easter eggs. If you go around the game and you go and hide Link's face behind paintings and stuff, here's one of the Easter eggs in the game. So look at this. So you get to go around the game and you get to hide yourself in paintings. Well, look at this. There's a Majora's Mask. Hey. Don't touch that bag, Mr. Hero. There's something in there that's more important than life itself. Can I touch it? All right, so watch this. Now I'm wearing the Majora's Mask. Look at now I am wearing the Majora's Mask. Look. Anyways. All right. Is this where we can buy that fruit for the guy that is trying to hide from his wife? So this is the foul fruit. Try using it if you get surrounded by monsters. And this is the scoot fruit. So these items were not in the original A Link to the Past. A mysterious fruit that takes you to the dungeon's entrance. Okay. So we got to bring the scoot fruit to that guy. And I think you can only own one at a time. Yeah, which is fine. And we already have our shield, but they offer selling shields because your shields can get eaten by likes, I think, in this game. So you have to deal with that. Bam, bam. All right, and then we get access now that we have the wind staff. We can do our next dungeon here, and this is the wind staff. So it's like a jump, and it brings the wind up with you. So it's like a weird. Your favorite is Ocarina of Time. What up, Skeezer? House of Gales. And then if you use it in front of a fan, you get blown right here. So classic. This reminds me of like Shadow Temple, right? Ganon's Tower. Ocarina. All right. The tools in this game look super fun. They are. Yeah, they did a good job with them. And more importantly, all of the dungeons are designed really well around the items. So like a lot of the stuff that a lot of the challenges that they put in front of you are designed with that item in mind. So while you have that classic Zelda vibe where you get an item and then you can use it in the world and like go unlock secrets, they do a really good job of keeping that traditional Zelda vibe up, where if you have an item that you find in the dungeon, you use that item a lot in that dungeon. Except for this game does it even cooler because you have that item before you even walk in the front door. Think about that. That changes the whole dynamic. Now they can start the dungeon from the very beginning. So instead of you finding the hook shot halfway through the dungeon and the second half of the dungeon is based off of hook shots, right? The whole dungeon is based off of the hook shot. That's a really, really, really cool part of this game and how they handle that. Like, it's super neat that they can design the dungeons completely off of the item instead of it having to be like, well, you have to get to that part, then you get the item, then you have the fun. Oh yeah, no problem, Monka Man. Enjoy your free game, bud. Thanks for saying something. Yeah, it's really cool, and it changed the concept of dungeon design for me in a big way, because never once did I ever consider a Zelda dungeon where you would have the item really early on, and use it in a lot of the dungeons. Now they do this sometimes, right? Like Skyward Sword has a couple really good examples of this, where you get like the item you're going to use in the dungeon really early into the dungeon, right? So like it's not like they haven't done this before, but it's cool. It's a completely different style of Zelda dungeon. Don't spend it all in one place. I won't, Grandma. All right, we're going this way. Yeah, enjoy, man. Dun-dun-dun. Ba-na-na, dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun. Do-do-do, do-do-do, do-do-do. We'll take that compass. Very nice. And it's cool. They strategically put a bunch of items around the map that stop you from like exploring and cheating the system. Like, let me show you. This sconce here, you can't go past the sconce. So they strategically made it to where you can't just like cheese. Unlike, you know, Tears of the Kingdom and Recall, that just gives you the freedom to fully cheese. This game thought a little further about it, and they said, well, why don't we make it to where it's not fully cheesable, and we'll put blockers in place that do make you kind of respect the dungeon to some extent. I don't know how many people agree with this, but I know a lot of people who felt like it was too easy to cheese in Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom. And that I've heard people say things like, oh, well, you know, it didn't matter. I was just able to use Recall in every single shrine. So wouldn't you agree that it would have been nice if they prevented that from happening? Right? Like, think about it. Like, wouldn't it have been nice if they made the dungeons, the shrines and the dungeons in a way to where you weren't just able to do recall to solve every single shrine. That's what this game does, essentially. This game basically says, we're not going to let you just skip past everything by just skimming through walls. We're still going to make you think about using the ability. You see, I can't go to the left here because going to the left here would break this whole room open and I could just skip right past it. No, I have to only go to the right. So it's like the designers of this game, they thought about the fact that cheesing is too easy and players will always cheese. It's unfortunate that Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom didn't understand that lesson. Players need to be controlled a little bit. It's just the truth. You have to kind of rein the players in, dude. They will ruin every experience for themselves if you let them. If you cheese through the Fire Temple, you technically ruin the Fire Temple experience for yourself. And you might be asking, what do you mean? Because the Fire Temple was meant to be done, like, there was minecart puzzles and really interesting things that you had to wrap your head around in the Fire Temple. If you wanted to. And that's like the whole philosophy. Frick, my first death. That's like the whole philosophy of like Tears of the Kingdom, right? That's like the whole philosophy of Breath of the Wild. It's do whatever you want at any time, at any moment. Well, that's cool, but it's too easy to cheese, man. All right, dang. We lost our items. Sucks. All right, I don't think we need anything else to do this temple. I'm just going to grab my bow in case I need it. All right, our first pain point. First time the game is making us pay. We died to a keys. Those gosh darn keys, man. And now we didn't have to leave the dungeon. Technically, we could have spawned like back in the dungeon if we wanted. However, without the weapon, we can't do the dungeon. So until we get to the point to where we can purchase the weapons, we have to, if we die, we have to leave and come back. I prefer more linear games. Yeah, I think not everyone agrees with that, but I think a lot of people can understand the power of a linear game for sure. Using recall every time sounds so boring. Right, I agree. You know, it's like, I totally am of the mind that it's on the player. I am totally of the mind that it's on the player making those decisions. But unfortunately, it doesn't matter if it's on the player when it comes down to people and their experience. And that's the big problem with too much cheese. Because as much as I love some Gouda and some Parmesan and even some sharp white cheddar, the problem you deal with is that players' experiences are always going to be reflective of the decisions that they made while playing the game. So what does that mean? That means that no matter what, a player's experience is going to be dictated by the decisions they made in the game. So if you give the players the freedom to make a decision of, let's say, cheesing one of the major dungeons of the game, that's supposed to feel like this big moment, right? Like, that sucks because that player doesn't realize it in the moment, but they just spoiled one of the 4 major dungeons. There's only 4 of them. And you just ascended your way through it and left. That's not good. That dungeon was supposed to be memorable, right? That dungeon was supposed to be something that you thought of years later. Oh, yeah. Oh, man, remember when I did the Fire Temple? But instead, you're left with this memory of nothing. A nothing burger memory, right? You're just left with like, whatever. Fire Temple was stupid. You see, that doesn't work. Like, so unfortunately, no matter what you think about the Fire Temple, no matter what the developers want kind of freedom they want to give you, they have to dictate that stuff. They have to control that a little bit, because otherwise you're going to leave players with a feeling of a lackluster experience, right? The amount of people that said to me, oh, well, the shrines were all boring. I cheesed them all. That sucks. Those players didn't get to experience the shrines the way I did. Those players didn't get a chance to really enjoy some of the mind-bending puzzles that you can get out of the shrines in that game. Some of them are beautifully curated, right? Cheaters don't care about games or memories. See, that's wrong. That's wrong. We're not talking about cheaters necessarily, so maybe I used the wrong word. We're talking about cheesing. So let me bring you back to the conversation. So cheaters are the wrong word. That's my bad. Cheaters is not the word we should be using. We're talking about players cheesing past using a mechanic in the game that the game gave them. That's not cheating. That's exactly how the game was designed. And the problem is that player doesn't realize it. When they're cheesing the dungeon, they're ruining their own experience. So yeah, I agree with you. The cheater thing was accurate, but I didn't mean to say that. I really am talking about cheesing. I'm talking about the art of putting a mechanic in the game that allows players to cheese their way through something that should have probably been something that you shouldn't have been able to cheese. Talking about exploiters, well, we're not even talking about exploiters, Monkaman. We're talking about Tears of the Kingdom and the recall ability. So no, again, that's an assumption you're making there. We are actually, to bring you to the full conversation here, we're talking about the recall and the ascend ability in Tears of the Kingdom. These two abilities were not exploits, and these two abilities were not cheating. These were abilities that were handed to you by the developers for you to use any way you see fit. But you see, the problem here is that that tool was be able to use as a cheese device that let you kind of skip through like really important puzzles and stuff. Now that's the player's choice to cheese through things, but I argue that it's not. Because if you provide cheese, it shall be eaten. That's how gaming works. I promise you. I've been gaming since I was 3 years old.
Happy Friday.
If you provide cheese, it will be eaten. Like, this is how gaming works. Look at MMOs, man. If an MMOer has a choice between going and doing illustrious dungeons and beautiful quests with stories, and it takes them 10 hours to level, or they can go and grind a single monster for 5 hours straight to get that same level, what do you think they're going to do? What do you think they're going to do? They're going to do the 5-hour killing a single mob because it's cheese. Because it's the more efficient thing to do. So game developers need to understand this. You cannot provide a system in a game and expect your players to give themselves the best possible experience out of that system. It's not going to happen that way. It never, ever was going to happen that way. And that's why I argue that developers need to be smarter than just giving the players the ultimate option of cheese. Like, that unfortunately does not work, dude. Like, and this is all comes down to, this is one of the fundamental problems with Tears of the Kingdom. Because a lot of people who played Tears of the Kingdom were too willing to cheese through the dungeons. And those are the same people who complain that there aren't real dungeons in Tears of the Kingdom. Those are the same people who argue that the shrines in Tears of the Kingdom are more boring. Those are the same people that will sit there and tell you that Tears of the Kingdom wasn't as good of a game. But those people were the ones who ascended through every puzzle and who cheesed their way through every dungeon. You see, that's a problem. That's on the game developers. And whether or not you agree, that's the whole point of my commentary. That is on the developers. That is not on the gamers. Gamers get presented cheese, they eat the cheese. What do you expect us to do? It's delicious. That's how gaming works, right? And that's the whole point. It's like, as a developer, you really got to think more, you got to think better. right? You gotta understand that. And the Zelda devs got a little too full of themselves, in my opinion. They got a little too full of themselves, and it's got to be ultimate freedom. Give the players whatever they want to do. And it's like, no, dude, people want linear gameplay. People want a chance to play real dungeons, dude. People don't want to play a version of the game that can just be walked through. Like, people want you to curate interesting experiences and dungeons and boggle our minds and do things that and control the narrative. Don't just throw me in a world like Minecraft and say, go get it, son. That's not fun, dude. Minecraft is fun for different reasons, but it's certainly not fun for the fact that it's like puzzles and engaging or anything like that. Right? Like, so it's like, you can't do that, you know? And it just doesn't work, man. I hope the developers of Zelda understand. Like, it just doesn't work, dude. Like, even now, if I were to go for a paladin mount in WoW, I would do it the hard way, even though I've done it before. Right, and that's just because you're a gamer who really respects your own personal experiences. I'm right there with you. I'm also that gamer. And that's why a lot of people will try to tell you that that's on the gamers. They'll try to tell you, well, why is it Nintendo's fault for you cheesing the game? Why is it WoW's fault for you taking the easy road? Well, that's the problem. It's not. You're totally right. It's not. It's totally on the player, and we all know that. Well, then what's the problem? Well, players don't know what's good for them. You have to understand, players don't know what's good for them. They never have. Players have never known what's good for them. There's never been a timeline, there's never been a game, there's never been a situation where players truly know what's the best thing for them for a game. They've never. Every once in a while, you have like an early access game like Baldur's Gate that's better for listening to the players. And every once in a while, you know, you have systems and games like RuneScape where the players vote for content and for changes, and the players decide the fate of their own game. And sometimes it does work. I don't want to become like a defeatist here, but like, that is rare. That is not normal. Players don't normally know at all what they truly want from a game. They'll tell you all of these things that they think they want, and then they don't even want to play the game afterwards because it's not at all that, right? So they're like, oh, well, we want you to make everything easier. And then they complain that the game's too easy, right? Like, that's a classic MMO problem. Well, you should make it easier to get from point A to point B because nobody likes walking. And then everyone complains that WoW is no longer like classic and that it's like way too fast paced. And, you know, like, it's so, I feel like it's a very common occurrence that gamers don't exactly know what they want, even though they kind of think that they do. You know, you ask any gamer and they'll tell you exactly what they want, right? Won't they? Oh, well, I want this exact thing. And then they won't play it, though. They're not interested in it. It's real weird. Well, I got my big key. Do I have a small key? I do. Okay, good. Like DDV, when the game came out, there were certain times of the day where villagers slept and you couldn't talk to them, and players asked for that to be changed. Now people complain that stuff gets done too quickly. Yeah, exactly. The players complained the best mechanic out of DDV, and then, yeah, literally the best mechanic in DDV, real-time, actual real-time clock stuff, and they just complained it out of the game. Well, this sucks, because what if I have to go be a parent and I can't do... Oh, I can never do this. I can never talk to these people. I have to work all day. And now the game is way less cool because of it. And like, again, even if you disagree, even if you think that mechanic sucked, the game was unique because of it. The game was interesting because of it. It was different, and it was the closest thing to AC we had ever seen. Gutted. Come on, dude. Yeah, like, It's actually the main reason I don't play Disney Dreamlight like as much as I used to. It's unfortunate because like I really did like that game on release, but it doesn't have the same weight to it that it had. Like it just that's all it is, right? It just doesn't have the same weight to it that it used to have for me. I felt like DDV used to have a lot more just oomph for me. You know, it just felt better to me. I don't, you know, not that it's still a great game, but because people don't know how to pace themselves. Yeah, and again, that kind of even goes into the same conversation because gamers are definitely content consumers. Like nowadays, it's real hard for developers to keep up and put out content because it gets destroyed overnight. I watched an interview about how the industry did this to itself. It was a really cool theory. Like, listen to this. So the theory was that the gaming industry for years tried to turn us into content cows. And then now we are content cows, and the companies are shutting down because they can't keep up with us. Think about this for a second. So for years, they were pumping out these live services, and they were constantly trying to keep our attention. Daily quest, log in every day, log in every day, log in every day, log in every day, get the reward, get the reward, get the reward, get the reward. So then now, this is how we all game. Think about it. Now we all consume content. We get a new patch comes out, we're done in a day. New update comes out, we're done in a day. We destroy games. And now these live service games can't keep up. Now they're struggling to keep up. And now people ignore games. No live services are not successful at all. Live services are falling off left and right. They created a monster. And now no live service games even work anymore because nobody can keep up with the salacious need for content. Nobody can keep up. So nothing stays relevant. Look how fast we went through Animal Crossing 3.0. Animal Crossing 3.0 got tossed to the side 3 days after the update. Everyone had already moved on. Oh, well, whatever. Now, obviously, not everybody, you know, the OG heads, the Animal Crossing heads, we all played, we kept playing, but it was done. It was in 3 days that content was consumed and thrown away, and nobody was even talking about it. Nobody can even keep up. So now the industry has put itself in a position where it can't keep up with the appetite of gamers that they created. They created this appetite. And this is what the industry calls for now, is for constant updates. And we're all sitting around like, where's the next update? Where's the next update? Where's the next content? Come on, come on, come on, come on, let's go. And it's not showing up. And then we leave, we go to the next game. Company gets shut down. Live service gets shut down. Studio gets shut down. Oh, they couldn't keep up with us. Oh, what happened? Right? Oh, what happened? Oh, you can't keep up? Oh, right? Like, isn't that hilarious? Dude, I saw an interview about that, and I think it's so true. I think it's so true. I think that they created a monster that they absolutely cannot logically keep up with. And this is why live service games are just completely falling apart. Because they just can't. Like, new live service games absolutely cannot keep up. It's only the live service games that still have a player base already that are really succeeding. The WoWs, the Final Fantasy 14s, the Fortnites, you know, the games that have an audience that's like already so thick that it doesn't matter, right? Shows how well Stardew is standing over time. It does. Yeah, I agree with you. This kind of environment in gaming shows you the games that are like the true masterpieces, the true timeless games. Yeah. Let me catch up on chat real quick so we can fight this mini boss. I just missed a message I wanted to read. DDV came out. Yeah, I read that. Okay, I thought I missed. Oh, here it is. Barrier. What's up, Barrier? Barrier said, do you think the cheese part of the games is because these games are made for kids? No, that's the thing, right? That's the thing, right? Nintendo games. So here's a good way to answer the question you just said. First off, yes, there are some games that are made specifically with kids in mind. But most games that are welcome to kids are also designed for everyone. They're for everyone. They're fun-focused, lighthearted experiences that are easier so that kids can play it, but so can adults, and everyone can have a good time. However, I don't think that cheese is always a part of that. Maybe sometimes. So let's analyze this really quick. So, do we think Tears of the Kingdom was made for kids? No. However, do we think that Tears of the Kingdom was made with kids in mind? Yes. So now, could we go as far as saying, was the mechanics in Tears of the Kingdom designed in a way to make it easier so that you could choose any outcome and you could find results? You could walk into a dungeon and pull out a bomb and you could succeed. You could walk into a dungeon and recall, you could succeed. You could walk into a dungeon and use ascend and you could succeed. In this environment, if you really think about it, it's very welcoming to a child, because a child's going to have a curious mind and they're going to want to do things their way, and they're going to find a solution, and then it's going to be done. And that solution could be cheese, and it could be a solution that they use throughout the whole game. And they could realize early on that the easiest solution is the fastest and most optimal. So they only use that solution so that they can get through the game faster, because to them that feels good and efficient and optimal. So yeah, sure, there's a timeline maybe where open world, open air Zelda is designed in a way to be more approachable by children, because it gives you that freedom where there is no wrong answer, right? Isn't that the philosophy of Breath of the Wild? There is no wrong answer. And when in a world where there's no wrong answer, well, that's pretty friendly to kids, right? So I don't agree, Barrier, that the cheese part of Tears of the Kingdom, for example, was because it was made for kids. I do not agree with that. But I do think there's a conversation to be had where these open world, sandbox, there's no wrong answer kind of games are a lot easier for kids. Yeah, you're right about that. And maybe there's a conversation to be had. But I do disagree that they set out and said, we're going to make this easier for kids. I don't think that ever came out of their mouth. I think that Tears of the Kingdom is just a product of freedom. Ayanuma set out on a mission. He said, I want to make a game where every single choice is in your hands. And that is what Tears of the Kingdom is. It's not for babies. It's a game that is creativity. So I disagree with Tears of the Kingdom specifically. It has nothing to do with kids. It has to do with this weird design philosophy where you give the player a sandbox and let them do anything they want. Unfortunately, as we just talked about for 15 minutes, when you give players a choice, they always eat the cheese. That's how it goes. You give the player a choice. You give the player a choice. You give them a nice big piece of cake. Give them a nice steak. You give them a burger. But then you also put a piece of cheese in front of them. 90% of the time, let's just say 75% of the time. So 3/4 of the time, I almost guarantee you that person, that kid, whoever, is going to go grab the cheese. That's how this works, and that's what we've been talking about. If you present a gamer 5 options and one of them is cheese, they're gonna cheese, dude. This is how this works, man. And this isn't just my opinion, dude. Please take my words to heart. I've been watching gamers. I've been playing MMOs. I've seen the industry. I've played a lot of games since I was 3 years old. And I'm telling you, this isn't just my little hunch or assumption. I've seen it. I've seen players, they always go for the cheese, man. And it's just weird. It's like you would think players would like want to respect their own like gaming and experiences. And you would think players were always going to go and do the thing that would give them the most rich experience. No. For some reason, gamers will take the easy way out versus the rich, real experience 75% of the time. It's unfortunate. Like but it's a reality. They always will. And it has something to do with our brain chemistry or something. It has something to do with like the easy road feels better. It feels optimal. It feels faster. It feels like you're using your time more efficiently. Like, think about it. If you're in a dungeon for an hour and you can't solve a puzzle, doesn't that kind of feel like a bad situation? Right. You're in a dungeon for an hour, you're getting frustrated, you're like, oh, get me out of here. Or what if you could just spend 5 minutes, cheese your way through? Don't you feel good after that? You can't tell me you don't feel good after doing some cheese. A lot of times you feel good. A lot of times you're like, I got him. Sorry, developers. Better luck next time. As you're sitting there cheesing through the dungeon. Sorry, developers. I don't think I'll take the hard road. I'm on my way out of here. Like that's how we are as gamers, right? Like we're always like, yes, the cheese. Like we love it. We're addicted to it. We love the easy road, the optimal road. This is why it's so important for the developers to ensure that that isn't allowed all the time. They have to. Like, it's their job. It's their duty. Streamer said duty. To make sure that the puzzles and the dungeons are designed in a way to where they can't always be cheesed. I'm going to tell you right now. Let me paint you guys a quick picture. And then maybe this works. I don't know if it's going to work. This is off the top of my head. And then we're going to do this dungeon. You ready? What if when you walked into when you walked into Breath of the Wild and every dungeon, as soon as you walked in, all 4 of your abilities got removed and you had to do the dungeon raw, sword, board, and brain. What if when you walked into every dungeon in Tears of the Kingdom, as soon as you walked in, you lost all 4 of your abilities. And from that point forward, it was your brain, your sword, and your shield, and that's it. And you had to solve that dungeon without any of your abilities. That is the kind of solution that I am looking for. It's right there. It's right in front of their eyes. Okay, let the game be free. Let the game be awesome. Let us go to any dungeon we want in any order. Let's go to any shrine we want in any order. But as soon as you step foot in that shrine, they strip you of all your abilities temporarily. And they say, okay, now solve this. Use your brain. Go. Done. This way they can have their cake and eat it too. Now you have to actually respect the Fire Temple. And maybe halfway through, they let you unlock your abilities again. And then you could cheese the rest of the dungeon. But for at least that first half, you had to respect the dungeon. You see, that is this most simple solution. And I developed this in my brain a long time ago. I was like, this is it. Why are they not Metroiding your character? Why are they not just stripping your character of their abilities? You want to know what made me think of this? Mario Sunshine. How Mario Sunshine gave you this mechanic that let you change platforming, right? But then they gave you some mini dungeons where you did not have your water pack. And you got stripped down to raw Mario. Slong out and everything. Just go, do it. Do some real Mario gameplay. And so many people disrespect Sunshine like it didn't have some of the best design philosophies. It was great. It was perfect. They still gave you that traditional Mario in the midst of Sunshine shenanigans. And so why couldn't we do that with Zelda? Like Eventide Island. Why couldn't they let you go into a dungeon and be like, all right, you don't have any abilities, figure it out. Right? Like, I don't know, man. I just think that there's an answer here that's not even asking them to change their design philosophies. Right? Like I'm not even asking them to change the future of Zelda. All I'm asking is throw me in a dungeon without the ability to teleport through the ceiling. Like that's it. That's all you had to do. Could you all imagine, anybody here play Tears of the Kingdom? Could you imagine how awesome the Thunder Temple would have been with no ascend? Think about it. Think about how sick that dungeon would have been if you had to walk through it and figure out how to navigate it. It would have been way sicker. I thought it was already sick, but it would have been way sicker. Right? Like that would have been such a gritty dungeon. It would have been this super interesting dungeon. It would have felt so good. Right? It's like it's Instead, they just threw you in and you solved the puzzles instantly. It was just like over, you know? It's just send through the floors, go grab the switches, it's done, you know? Anyways, I love provolone, but I choose cheddar. Dude, give me some sharp white cheddar or give me some pepper jack. Yo, thank you for the first time Prime from Woolly Socks, dude. I appreciate you. Right. It was a game that was designed around creativity. Exactly. So I feel like leaving the ways to cheese, using all the creative ways people are figuring stuff out as an ode to the game itself. Right. And so you see, I agree with all of that. I don't think that Tears of the Kingdom, I blame the players mostly. Right? Flip Toast, like I blame the players cheesing. I got through Tears of the Kingdom. I didn't cheese. I had fun. Every dungeon was rich. Every shrine felt rich. I solved every shrine myself. It was beautiful. You see, yeah, I'm very anti-cheese. I'm lactose intolerant. All right. Here's the problem though. Those gamers that lack self-control had a worse experience, and then they translate that experience to the internet. Do you not see that problem? Do you not see the problem of when you go and you ask somebody, yo, did you like Tears of the Kingdom? Did you think it was great? And they say, you know, it was all right, but to be honest, the game just kind of felt boring. Like I didn't really have to think too hard. So then you ask a little further. You go, okay, well, did you by chance cheese your way through it? Well, yeah, of course. Wasn't I supposed to? Oh, well, sure. You had the option to be creative and cheese, but why would you do that? Like, wouldn't you want like a rich experience? Oh no, why would I do that? Oh, I duped and I made myself have 1,000 rupees and I duped and I cheesed it and I think the game sucks. What? So you see the problem? The problem is that now those players who chose to creatively cheese through the game are left with a worse experience. Whether or not they realize it. Whether or not they knew that when they were cheesing, and this is the worst part, Flip Toast. I feel like I can actually talk to you, right? You're not going to feel weird. Here's the worst part. Those players didn't know that they were doing that to themselves during the cheese. In the midst of the cheese, they felt good. They were like, oh yeah, awesome, ooh-wee. But then the game ended 20 hours faster than everyone else playing it. And then the game, you see what and then all of a sudden, that player is left with a worse off experience than they would have had due to this option to cheese. And I think that's really bad for Nintendo. I think that's bad for the game itself. And I think that's bad for the players. Do you not agree with that? Like, wouldn't you agree that that is a worse off scenario for that specific player? Right? Like that's an easy thing to agree with, right? You don't have to like disagree with yourself or anything. Like I think we would all agree that that scenario I just painted is a worse scenario for that player. That specific player just had a worse scenario. That sucks for that player. And I feel for that player. And I wonder if Nintendo understands how many of those players exist. How many of those players might not buy the next Zelda game? Think about that. Now we get a little deeper with it. Think about it. If Tears of the Kingdom was the first Zelda you ever purchased and you felt like it was too easy and cheesable, are you going to go and buy the next Zelda? Maybe not. So now Nintendo lost a sale because of this design philosophy. So while they're raking in the dough from all the people who love open air Zelda, they just lost a sale and a lifelong potential fan who could have bought Zelda games for the rest of their life because of that bad experience. So you see, don't discount the power of a bad experience and how that can change someone's trajectory of being a Zelda fan for the rest of their life, buying the merch, watching the movies, playing the games. That's thousands of dollars in Nintendo's pocket over the next 20 years that they just lost because they decided to design a game that was a little too cheesable. So while I'm painting you this like super ridiculous scenario that probably doesn't exist, I'm just trying to show you with an example of where I believe that bad experience that player gave themselves could lead. That's not good for the game. That's not good for the developers. If I developed a game wouldn't I want to try to give the most players the best experience? And as our friend Dark Sinner said, that's impossible. You're always going to have players that have a worse experience because players are going to be picky. That's worse, right? That sucks. But I believe that there is a compromise. I believe there is a compromise. And I think the compromise is all the stuff that we just described. Make it a little less cheesable. That's it. Just make it a little less cheesable. Maybe benefit from having more structure in your design and make sure that players' experiences are good, even if they are ultimately creative. And you want to know a really good example of this? Breath of the Wild. Oh, I said it. What do you think the fundamental difference between Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom is? Breath of the Wild has more structured experiences. And despite the fact that you can cheese Breath of the Wild, it's a lot harder to cheese the way you can in Tears of the Kingdom. In Tears of the Kingdom, you got Lego blocks, you can fly over the whole map, you can use Ascend anywhere. So it's funny because the best example that we have is literally Breath of the Wild. The game before it was so much cleaner and so much harder to cheese, dude. So it's like, it's weird because I like Tears of the Kingdom more because I didn't cheese Tears. I think Tears is a better game than Breath of the Wild. But I would argue that for the sake of this conversation, Breath of the Wild is actually the better game because it preserves the experience of the player better. Whereas Tears of the Kingdom is too open, it's too loose, it's too ridiculous. To be fair, shield wall clipping wind bombs were crazy. Yeah, but what does that have to do with your average player? So to be fair, nobody is doing shield wall clipping and wind bombs. You are doing those. So we're not talking about exploits and we're not talking about glitches. We're just talking about the raw game and the mechanics the game gives you. That's it. Because if you start adding exploits and stuff, you have to realize that then that's different. That's a whole completely different conversation, right? Like, yeah, like we're not talking about exploit stuff. We're just talking about the base mechanics of the game. And Tears was a lot more cheesable than Breath of the Wild was, right? So you think it would benefit to make all the dungeons and shrines uncheesable or leave a mix? I think you leave a mix. I think you leave a mix. Yeah, good question. I think you leave a mix, right? I think you leave a mix. I think that here's my argument. Why were the 4 major dungeons in the game cheesable? Why? Like, just what benefit did any of us have for allowing the 4? There's only 4 of them, by the way. Well, technically 5 in Tears. Major dungeons. We're talking about the whole game here. We're talking about the major dungeons, like the thing that you play the game for. We're all cheesable, basically. Water Temple wasn't cheesable, but it was just really fast, really short. It's like, why? Like, those dungeons should have been everything. Screw the shrines. Let the shrines be cheesable. Let those be creative. Let those be fun. But I ask you, why were the 4 major dungeons cheesable? Now, see, that's a problem. That's, in my opinion, like, that's a problem. Right. And I think the same thing, people would argue the same thing for like Breath of the Wild. Like the 4 major dungeons should have been the showcase of the game. And I think they were, but the bosses were lackluster. And a lot of people have problems with the Divine Beast. I don't. I love the Divine Beast. So it's like, it's interesting, right? I feel like that's it. That is the solution right there. Just make the dungeons matter. Make everything else be fun and creative. Breath of the Wild gave us Eventide, and solving it was very satisfying. You know how it shows if you get all the chests after beating a shrine? Imagine if it showed which of a certain number of ways you could beat the shrine you took. That would have been sick, yeah. I would have loved that. Dude, the Wind Bomb King enters the chat at the perfect time. I just watched a clip of me wind bombing the other day, and I was shocked that I did it. There's only so many clips of me wind bombing out there. I wasn't the best wind bomber. I'm still not. This Slope taught me how to wind bomb. Slope taught me how to wind bomb. He's my guru, dude. He's my wind bomb guru. Feels like I don't know how to do it anymore. That sucks. That's the worst skill to lose. What's up, Exhaustion? Hey. Anyways, I love a passionate rant about things that I really care about, because obviously I don't care about anything but video games in this existence we call life. But there's no right or wrong answer, to be clear. I know when I get real passionate, I almost come off like very matter of fact. And like, there's a lot of variables at play. I just like to try to make my points very solid and then just move on. All right, you got me. Well, yeah, there's obviously no right or wrong answer. Like, that's why those are my favorite discussions. When there's like just an obvious not right answer. You know what I mean? Like, or there's not an obvious right answer. Okay, jerks. Back up, fool. Back up, fool. Ah! Dude, these keys, man. How are keys still the worst enemies in Zelda, even all these years later? Keys suck, dude. I kind of hated how these dudes moved in this version of the game. I think A Link to the Past, these guys were cooler. I don't know. I don't know. They bug me out a little bit. Bum 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 bum. I agree with that, Toad. That's why, like, I wonder if, like, what they're gonna do with the next 3D Zelda is so bad. Like, are they gonna keep the game as open and creative and free, or do you think that they'll go even further into, like, limiting what you can do? What do you think? Do you think they're gonna keep going in the direction that they've gone, or do you think that they'll pull it back a little bit? I think they keep going. I think they go even harder into the freedom. Because I think Tears of the Kingdom showed that they understood that they had to pull it back a little bit, because Tears of the Kingdom was way more linear than Breath of the Wild was. Like, you had, like, for example, you can't do a full game gliderless playthrough of Tears. Did you guys know that? We learned that during the Ground is Hyrule is Lava playthrough. You cannot do the Spirit Temple without getting the glider. You cannot do the Spirit Temple without getting the glider. Like, that's actually not an option. We learned that the hard way. Spirit Temple's uncompletable without. So it's like a way more like linear experience in a weird way. Like they give you like these paths to go on, but I don't know. I feel like it's pretty cool. I think it's cool. I think what Breath of the Wild did compared to Tears of the Kingdom, Tears of the Kingdom did. I think it's neat how they tried to find a balance between open worlds. Right? Like they tried to find a balance. And then Echoes of Wisdom came out and proved to me, like, again, that they, like, know. Right? Because, like, Echoes of Wisdom was exactly what we just described. Like, that linear open world, like, you have to do things in a certain order, but... And it's funny, because Echoes was also still pretty cheesable. It's not as bad, though. There was a couple things in Echoes that I remember cheesing. Because you could just put a bunch of beds and stuff. Yeah, dude, you could just, like, bed your way through things in that game. It's all coming back to me now. So that's like, Echoes is like an interesting example of, again, like offering the player like complete freedom to cheese. But I feel like they did a little bit of a better job in Echoes to make things not as cheesable, but they were all pretty cheesable. I don't have exact memories of the stuff I cheesed in that game, but I know I did some cheesing. I do think the Ocarina remake will show how much the fan base is willing to play more traditional Zelda. Yeah, I think so. So that's why we talked about this, right? I think that we might be opening up a third lane in the Zelda franchise. Like, listen to this. I think a third lane might be opening up. What if Ocarina does so well that they start doing 3D Zelda games again, right? Like, classic Zelda games. So what if for the future we have 2D Zelda, 3D open air Zelda, and then we have classic 2D or 3D Zelda? Like, what if they like mix it up and they give us both, right? Like, you could start off by doing remakes. So like Ocarina remake, all right, Twilight Princess, right? Maybe even Wind Waker. But then, what if we get Ocarina of Time 2? Why not? Think about it for a second. Why not? Why not make a real sequel in the modern era to Ocarina? Like the true follow-up of Ocarina. Not Majora's, you know, not Twilight Princess, but a real blown out like sequel to the game. Wouldn't that be kind of interesting? I don't know. I think it would be. Like, it would basically be between, if you think about the timeline, I think it would be somewhere between Ocarina and Twilight. Right? I think that's like what I'm envisioning. I'm envisioning somewhere in between, like the timeline in between Ocarina and Twilight. Oh. All right, I need to like knock the parts out. Okay. Okay, I do need to swing at it. Got him. It sucks because it bounces you. So you have to be careful because you get bounced big time. Bum, 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 bum. Maybe they just pretend the Majora stuff doesn't exist. Yeah, why not? Why not have Majora's just be an alternate reality, which it kind of is anyways, right? It kind of is already. So like that's an easy thing for them to do. Just like leave Majora's Mask as the alternate reality that we all like know it is. And then just do a story that's based off of what happens instead of Majora's Mask. What if Link doesn't get lost chasing down Navi? What if Link doesn't get lost, you know, in the Lost Woods, and instead Hyrule gets attacked or something, or a threat that we never got to see? Like instead, like, you know how the story of Majora's Mask is like, the story of Wind Waker is that the hero never came back home? What if we get the story of what happened to Hyrule during that era? Like, the era where the hero never came back and they had to flood Hyrule, right? To like protect it. What if we got that era and we got to see all those events unfold? And like, instead of Hyrule getting flooded, we like save it. Oh, that's interesting. What the heck? Preview Club? What is that? Do you just watch a lot of Netflix? Okay, so if the whole reason Nintendo's remaking Ocarina is to change the timeline a bit, since they're changing the Sword and Shield to match Skyward Sword, they're changing things, especially with Tears of the Kingdom. Dude, so you caught that. So apparently people are under the impression that Ocarina of Time remake is going to go more in line with Skyward Sword being the beginning of the universe. And we might even get hints of Fi in the remake, and we might get hints of like Skyward Foundation and like how the world was supposed to start, and like demise and stuff might somehow be referenced here. And wouldn't that be so cool if not only does Ocarina remake kind of fix that problem, but also fixes the future problem? Like, maybe not something so ridiculous as like the Zonai appearing, because that's all like future stuff, but what if like there was some sort of Easter egg that like referenced to the future of Breath of the Wild showing up? Like, I don't know how they would do that. It would have to be like, they would have to put something in Ocarina remake that appears in Breath of the Wild. Like, I don't know, like maybe like the first glimpse of a Guardian head or something. Like, you know what I like something like they could like put a reference in Ocarina remake that somehow references the thousand years in the future of Breath of the Wild. Like somehow, like that would be like really interesting. Yeah, like that would be pretty cool. So here's my theory though. I think that the Ocarina remake is actually made to be in parallel to the movie coming out. I am of the belief that the movie needs some, I think the movie is going to be closer in tone. I think that the movie is going to be closer in tone to Ocarina than it is going to be Breath of the Wild. So I feel like one of the reasons they could be remaking Ocarina of Time is that they want to have a game that's like closer in tone and to the movie. And here's the thing, we already know the movie is going to be that classic hero's journey style, right? It's going to have like the dorky kid who's going to eventually become the hero. Like, that's what it looks like they're presenting to us. Whereas Breath of the Wild wasn't that, was it? Breath of the Wild was not the hero's journey. Link starts off as this knight. He wasn't just a punk who didn't know what he was doing, didn't have a fairy, right? Who's this loser that doesn't have a fairy? And all of a sudden, you're the hero of time. Breath of the Wild wasn't like that at all. You were this important knight to Zelda that just so happened to have to be the knight that you were and protect Hyrule. So if you think about it, the hero's journey was actually not present in Breath of the Wild at all. And that's a very, very traditional Zelda thing. Ocarina, hero's journey. Link to the Past, hero's journey, right? Twilight Princess, hero's journey. Wind Waker, hero's journey. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, it's the classic journey of a character going from zero to hero, right? It's a character that goes from zero to hero. That wasn't present in those games. It was present in Skyward Sword. It was present in almost all traditional Zelda. but it was not present in Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom. So I am of the mind that the movie is going to be more of the hero's journey story of Link. And if that's the case, wouldn't it be kind of funky that the most popular, newest Zelda game you have is nothing like the movie? No hero's journey to be found, no weakling kid who has to become a hero, none of that. This is where Ocarina Remake comes in. All of a sudden, they have a game poised to be the game that is closest to the movie, to give you that hero's journey energy to go along with the movie you just watched. You see, so I feel like that's what's going on with Ocarina. They need something to be parallel, and I don't think Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom is that experience at all. I think those games are very much not traditional hero's journey Zelda, right? Like, I really want a Zelda game where we play as Zelda between the missing time when Link gets frozen in the temple after pulling out the sword. See how Zelda fights back. Yeah, we were talking earlier about a Zelda game with Zelda. You got the Pendant of Wisdom. Keep your mind sharp.
Hey.
Hear me, Link. You have done well, my young hero. You acquired the Pendant of Wisdom and the Pendant of Power. Now that you have all three Pendants of Virtue, you have proven yourself worthy of the Master Sword. You will find the blade deep within the Lost Woods. Go now. Claim what is rightfully yours. Sick. All right. Nice. Day one of A Link Between Worlds. A little bit of Zelda yaps in the mix, which were pretty nice. I get real passionate when I talk about my Zelda, man. I really love talking about Zelda. Big shout outs to the Zelda yaps in the chat today. All right, we're going to call it here. I'm out of here. I'll be back in a couple hours. I'm going to take a break and I'll be back in a couple hours. We're going to do some farming tonight. Come on by and hang out with us. And Zelda A Link Between Worlds continues tomorrow. We'll play some more tomorrow morning. Come on by. A Link Between Worlds continues tomorrow. We'll be back with this. I'll be back later tonight. I think we're doing some Grand Bazaar. So I'll see y'all there. Thanks for coming out today. Thank you for hanging out. I hope y'all have a wonderful rest of your Friday if I don't see you later. And I hope y'all have a wonderful, wonderful break if I will see you for the second stream of the day. On that note, this is Highland Descent signing off from another wonderful Hyro Gaming Group production. If I don't see y'all here in a little bit or tomorrow, I'll see you when I see you, fam. Don't forget to game on. And of course, as always, peace. Wrap it up and on to the next episode. Peace. All right. I think we'll find ourselves a raid recipient if y'all want to grab a raid message here. And we're going to get out of here. Bum, 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 bum. All right. Drop ourselves a little raid here. Go visit ourselves another creator in the Twitch space. All right, and we're gonna go and visit the one and only Kel's 1977, who's doing some Animal Crossing today. Hope you all enjoy their show, and thanks for coming out for some A Link Between Worlds this morning. And I hope you all go out there and get yourself a nice big old bite of a block of cheese. Because that's the first thing I'm about to go do right now. I'm gonna go get me a slice of cheese. Biting into Halloween right now. Anyways. All right, let's get this raid locked in. Love y'all and appreciate y'all. Honored to be a part of your daily routines. We'll get this raid locked in. We're going to visit Hells. I'm going to go take a nap. Still got a little bit of this headache. It kind of came back, unfortunately. So I'm going to go take a nap, and I'll be back in a couple hours. Hope you enjoy Kel's show, y'all. We'll be cheesing for sure. Man got himself craving. All right, y'all. Peace. And hit them cat jams. Peace.